180 basis points is still far higher than our estimates based on Italy's economy fundamentals.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. Good morning. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, the 23rd. We've got about 15 minutes to go. This broadcast is dedicated to our late member, Rob Caplan. Sorry to hear that he passed away last week. Rob, always in the trading room, in the YouTube channel, posting trades. Like Russell, he used to trade very big positions. Always a hoot talking with Rob during the trading day and some of the trader spotlights where he would come in on the noon hour. Rob Caplan, we're going to miss you. Going to miss you. All around good guy, too. All right. We'll talk about some of Rob's setups during the week, during the broadcast today. He used to use stochastics quite a bit. Stochastics oversold. For entries. All right. Let's see. AMD got a upgrade. AMD caught an upgrade. They have earnings next week on Tuesday. Semiconductors, let's see what sectors are in play today. As expected, semiconductors are on the top of the list, followed by retail. Actually, retail just popped up to the top of the list. Let's take a look at some retail stocks. See how they're doing. Okay, the watch list. Okay, watch list. Retail stocks. A lot of stocks on the watch list that from different various sectors. TJ Maxx from the retail group. TJ Maxx, looking for that to push off the 50-day. Keep an eye on TJ. Good morning, everyone. AMD, let's see, pre-market 7036. AMD will trigger on the 60-minute, looks like. Yeah, AMD triggered on the 60-minute, so we got short time frames triggering on AMD. It got a upgrade. Caught an upgrade. TJ Maxx. Looking for TJ to push off the 50-day. AMD has some room. It has earnings next Tuesday. AMD is currently trading at 71.80. A little pop here would be nice. Barclays upgraded AMD, saying the semiconductor maker can maintain server leadership while branching out. That was a note this morning shared with us via VMV. Thank you. Money Magic, thanks for the updates. If you're trading options, make sure you're always checking Money Magic's updates channel and specifically look at the big cap growth stocks that have options, call, and put walls, giving you a good idea where to expect resistance and support. Tesla has earnings on Wednesday. Tesla out with earnings after the close on Wednesday. Tesla's up $2 at 135.46. I have no options, only shares on Tesla from higher levels. Okay, we've got 8 minutes to go for the closing bell, or the opening bell, sorry. My mouth moving, not connected to my brain. If you're just tuning in, futures were higher. We pulled back a little bit. We ended Friday's trading session at the highs of the day. The S&P 500 was closed right at the 200-day moving average. Spiders were above. The Qs are above the 50-day, but still below the 200-day. All the other indices are at or above the 200-day moving average, and we'd like to see that follow through. We finished the week with 6-to-1 up volume on the NYSE and nearly 7-to-1 on the NASDAQ. Tick cumulative is in a bullish trend on the 15, the 60-minute, and the 4-hour charts, making higher highs, higher lows. Breadth is supportive of a follow-through. VIX is supportive of a follow-through at these low levels. The longer we stay down here in the 19s, the less people or investors buy puts, the fewer dealers have to hedge, fewer puts that dealers will have to hedge. That's bullish. And we're also above the vol trigger and zero gamma. Those moved higher last week. Breadth is a big deal. Breadth is something that I've been watching very closely, where we're looking for a follow through of SPY and the futures are bouncing right now. Breadth pulling back to the zero line, 0%. S&P in the top panel, advanced decline percent, has a lot of upside potential for us to push through the 200-day. Mid caps, small caps, and the NASDAQ 100 in the lower panel saying the same thing, same picture. NIMO, NAMO, these had a chance to back off. So breadth is our friend. Okay. Number of stocks trading above their 50-day had a chance to pull back from the red zone as well. That's also bullish. We're breaking this trend line. We're above the 9, 21, and 50-day moving averages. 9 and 21, 50-day are tilted up and to the right. Won't take long, maybe a couple of months for the 200-day to turn decisively higher if this keeps up. Number of stocks above their 50-day, right around 61%. No longer at that 90% level, so we have room to the upside along with NIMO, NAMO, advanced decline percent. So this is all looking very good for this week. It all depends on earnings. Earnings are the big deal. That's the wild card. All right, so you have 5 minutes to go for the opening bell. I'm going to refresh my coffee, and I'll be right back.
1 minute remaining for the text release from ECB's Panetta.
Okay, less than a minute to go. All right, futures are still climbing here. First 15 minutes, not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table, waiting for 945, 950 for follow through. There goes SPY. Gapping up, following through. Okay, Apple's higher. Meta is higher. Nvidia, a little profit taking at the high. Tesla following through.
Is on the digital euro, titled Our Money Wherever, Whenever We Need It.
That is the S&P Equal Weight Index. Okay, so we got buy signals everywhere. AMD gapping up, looking for some buyers here. Let's see what the relative volume looks like on AMD. AMD. All right, first 15 minutes, we're not doing much of anything. Let's see what AMD looks like. Okay, relative volume, not that significant. The 60-minute has a nice momentum on it. Histogram, TTM histogram. AMD, all right, not really that. I'll wait. Tesla, let's see. Apple following through. Apple following through. Let's see. Apple, where are you? There you are. Apple on a buy signal. Daily, 60-minute, 5-minute. A little early, but looks like Apple will go today. Get off my desk, you. Oh, Jesus, the cat's on my desk. Get down. Get down. Get down. You're going to get excommunicated. Go lay over there. Okay. SPY moving higher. Apple's on the move. Apple's on a buy signal. All time frames. Yeah. Yeah, Jennifer, he passed away last week, according to his wife. Yeah, I miss out. I'm gonna miss out. Rob, I talk to him at least several times a week. It's about life in general. He was a developer in New Jersey for a while. Moved to Virginia. All right, Apple looks good. Rob used to like trading off of stochastic. Whenever stochastics was oversold and rising, like it was last week, towards the end of the week. Got a nice pop this morning. Note the 20 EMA, the 200 EMA VWAP price is starting to stretch away. That's showing relative strength. Relative volume is also picking up. Relative volume on Apple, I'd like to see that pick up a bit more. SPY, be nice to have VIX drop off and SPY continue higher. Okay, Apple looks pretty good. Apple's good. Good to go here, Apple. Just look for dips to buy this morning. Daily is moving above some key moving averages on Apple. What's that, a mimosa? Mimosa came in? Yeah, all the oil and gas names look good. Oxy, COP, PSX. I believe, Nimesh, you asked me about Murphy. Okay, SPY on the move. Apple's still going. Apple's launch control. Apple following through. VIX still dropping. VLO, yeah, VLO. VLO. What's the other one?
According to trading calculations, oil loadings from Russia's
Watch list.
in January set to rise 50% versus September's 7.4 million tons.
Dino. Dino following through. Apple looks good. Apple on the follow through. Array. Yeah, definitely. Yep. Here. Here's some treats. Okay, Dino, HS Sinclair. All of these oil and gas names look good for now. Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi is going. Taiwan Semiconductor. Okay, Apple. Let's see, go down the list here. Okay, Tesla's on a buy. Tesla's on a buy signal. AMD on a buy signal following through now. Amazon, just taking a break. Mara and Riot, those two look like they were going to follow through. Watch those. Apple on a buy. Let me change this to daily. Wayfair on a buy signal. Wayfair. NVIDIA looking for that follow through. NIO. Ford, Shopify. Shopify on a buy on the daily. Let's look at Shopify. Some of you are in Shop. A lot of stocks last week were bought. Many of them have stochastics overbought. up here near 80. So I can't possibly put everything that I saw on the watch list, but these look good. Shopify breaking out. INBS. Mondo. All right, that's crazy. All right, that one's breaking trend. Intelligent Bio Solutions, INBS. What's that? Halted? INBS. Trading halted on INBS. It's up 445%. All right, INBS up 445%. It is halted. No chasing allowed. Okay, watch list stocks. SPY still going. Watch list. Okay, let's see who's outperforming. AMD. Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi. Look at that beautiful chart. NVIDIA. NVIDIA still watching here. Microsoft. Just about ready to trigger a buy signal. Microsoft. Might have to add that one to the list. NVIDIA. NVIDIA following through. It's above this pivot. So the next level is $7 higher. NVIDIA. Let's see. NVIDIA. Let's check Money Magic's levels. 185. Okay. Jesus. These guys are close. Buzzing my house. Training. NVIDIA. All right, the call wall is 185, right? On that one. 185. NVIDIA 185, yeah. All right, 185 and then 187 on NVIDIA. Intelligent Biosolutions is halted. NVIDIA. Okay. NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA looks good. NVIDIA's on a buy. Buy those dips. NVIDIA looks good. Nice follow through. Yeah, Rob, gonna miss you, guy. Rob had lots of great ideas. He used a consistent strategy. We lost him to cancer last week, unfortunately, but he died in his sleep. I guess that's the way to go. All right, NVIDIA. All right, with this stochastics moving higher, that's an area where he'd be looking for a long. NVIDIA. Microsoft, NVIDIA. NVIDIA looks good on the daily. Apple continuation. Man, they're buying the crap out of everything, eh? Okay, Apple. Apple call wall at 140. NVIDIA looks good. 185 is the next level on NVIDIA. Yeah. He also had some nice I won't say, but he had some nice he was a gardener, I should put it that way. He was a good gardener. Wink, wink. NVIDIA looks like it wants to keep going. 185 is the next level on NVIDIA. Buying dips, probably going to work on NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Oh, I sold NVIDIA last week. Netflix still going. Netflix still going. NVIDIA's on a buy. Yeah, it's on a buy on a daily too.
High took alert plus 800.
The Bank of England sells £650 million of bonds in an auction, receiving £1.33 billion of bids. So the Bank of England APF
Apple, Meta, follow through Meta. Looking good. AMD following through. AMD. Let me just check AMD again. AMD. Okay, yeah, still on buy signals. Looks good. AMD. 5-minute, 60-minute, and daily. Yeah, AMD's clearing levels. Yeah, this looks good. AMD. Looking good. AMD has a 72. It's above that call wall, so AMD is likely just going to keep going. AMD. Okay, Tesla's following through. Amazon looks good. Google looking for a re-entry on Google. AMD. Semiconductors leading. Retail also looking good. Let me just check retail real quick. Retail following through. Okay. XRT. AMD. Nice push on AMD. Relative volume is very obvious. It's got high relative volume. It's got an upgrade from Barclays. Probably get some more upgrades. It's got earnings next week. Apple, thank you, VMV. Apple with a $2.8 billion trade for the April 155 calls. 11,987 of those at $2.30. $2.8 million trade. All right. NVIDIA still going here. Okay. Okay, Tesla's at the top of the list. Tesla clear. Oh, Tesla's about to trigger a buy signal on the daily.
In 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we get the Eurozone consumer confidence flash read for January. Forecast -20 on the prior, -22.2, range of -17.
Okay, Tesla's about to trigger a buy signal here on the daily time frame. Tesla, it's got earnings on Wednesday after the close. Tesla. All right, so next level is 152, 50-day, Tesla. All right, they're having quite the day today. S&P equal weight index, let's go take a look at that real quick. Brian, again, this is equal weight. If you want the markup of this, if you got a stock charts account, Brian, I can send this link to you and just save this particular version of the chart with all the markups intact. Number of stocks above the 50-day. I got a ways to go before they get overbought. You can see where we are. S&P equal weight index, higher low. Looking for a higher high. SPY's back above the 200-day. The next level would be for a push above 400. All right, AMD is going. All right, AMD is gone. Yeah, looks good. Wayfair, nice. All right, all the big growth FANG stocks. FANG stocks are going. Okay, looks really nice here. AMD still following through. Apple going. Looks like one of those days. All right, AMD, Amazon, Apple, top of the list. Apple. Yeah, Apple's on a buy on the daily. Apple daily buy signal. Triggering on the daily time frame. Apple, sorry. Amazon consolidating for the last 6, 7 trading days, looking for a pop higher. AMD continuation. Apple, yeah, triggered a daily. Best Buy still fading. Wayfair, big move on Wayfair. It's been on a buy signal since late November. Consolidated for a few weeks and then popped this morning. Yep. Looks good. Grover has an advanced an updated script that works in Thinkorswim if you're using that. for toss. Okay, super trend for Thinkorswim. If you're using that and you'd like to use Thinkorswim instead, Grover wrote a script this weekend. We're talking about it earlier. Apple looks good. AMD still going. Tesla, Nvidia looks good. Amazon sitting here waiting. What's Taiwan Semi? Let me put that here. Taiwan Semi. Nice move on Taiwan Semi.
So we are now 5 minutes away from the top of the hour and the release of the Eurozone Consumer Confidence Flash Read for January. The forecast is minus 20 on the prior, minus 22.2, range of minus 17 to minus 23. We also get the US leading index change month over month.
Nvidia, Apple,
from the prior, minus 1%.
AMD, everything's looking good today. Today's one of those days. Okay, looking really good. All right. INBS is still halted again after, I think this is the second halt so far. Mondo, I don't know, second, third, whatever. Nvidia at the highs here. Nice follow through. Tesla is still going. Apple. Okay, SPY consolidating. All right. Let's see, Tesla. Tesla is about to trigger that daily buy signal. It's triggering a buy signal right now. Tesla triggering a buy signal daily. It has earnings on Wednesday. All right, Tesla triggering a buy signal on the daily. SPY looks good. A little consolidation right now. Look for dips to get bought. Okay, we got little dips coming in right now. All right, these dips will get bought most likely. A lot of these stocks following through. Okay, Meta with a follow through. Meta is trending. Popped up this morning, Meta. Okay, it's trending. So I have shares only. I have no options on this one. Meta, when do they have earnings? Let's see. Meta has a call wall at 145 and 140. All right, so we're above the 140.
Remaining. I'll leave with the Eurozone Consumer Confidence Flash.
All right, Meta has a call wall at 140. And then 145.
certainly some downside movement in Bitcoin here, just looking out for any headlines that could have caused this. Ten seconds.
Tesla still going. Tesla. Okay. Tesla triggering a buy signal on the daily. Meta trending above 140. Look for 145. Okay, so Meta getting a dip right here. That might be an opportunity. Watching the index. Index looks like it wants to keep going. We got 2 points to go on SPY. 2 points to go. So stocks will most likely go with.
The index is out now, -1%, -1%, but it's lower than the forecast of -0.7%. And still waiting on the Eurozone consumer confidence line.
All right, SPY still going. You got 2 points to get to the 400 strike. SPY.
Spot 9, -20, spot 9, lower than the forecast, -20.
1618 there. Lee Star. Oh, that's a Joe Biden level. FIS, good job there. FIS was mentioned by Prism on Friday, was it? FIS. Nice follow through. Okay, potential buyout candidate, FIS. Fidelity National Info. NVIDIA still going. NVIDIA 185. It's above the 185 call wall. What do you have above that money? Let's see. Let me go check your channel. Taiwan Semi. You got 92 as a major resistance level. Taiwan Semi. TSM. A nice little flag right there for entry. Tesla, still going, Tesla. Thank you very much. Qualcomm up $5.86. Qualcomm having a good day. Qualcomm, if you got a cell phone, chances are you got a chip from Qualcomm in there. Okay, Qualcomm, starting to flag right now. It's at the 200-day, above the 200-day. Qualcomm. Plus $5.80.
So noting the prior revision to the Eurozone consumer confidence of -22 from -22 spot 2.
Tesla, NVIDIA, Apple, looking nice Apple. Apple. Apple, of course, has earnings on February 2nd, which is next week on Thursday after the close. Apple's still going. NVIDIA still going. Nice. NVIDIA, what's Netflix doing? Netflix was higher earlier. Qualcomm looks good. Netflix higher earlier. And continuing its trend. Netflix having a good day. Netflix plus $7.45. It's bid. Trending. Or it's buy at the high. Apple, let's see. Apple. All right, we said Apple 140. 140, yeah, this is probably we're going to run into some resistance here on Apple. Apple at resistance. All right, watch for resistance here on Apple. All right, all of these will probably get bought on the dip. But we need to see it first. Meta, trending. Netflix, trending. Tesla, trending.
We're supposed to have the US leading index change month over month report for December.
Okay, we're starting to get a little bit of resistance at R1 on SPY, R1, 398.49. 400's a major level as well. Okay, SPY, we have a large call wall at and gamma at 400. Above that, the next level is 410 on SPY. So if you're thinking about trading to the long side, SPY, wait for this dip, see if it gets bought. Those stocks are still looking pretty good. They're just flagging at the moment. AMD, pretty solid day so far. Dips keep getting bought. All right, maybe wait a few minutes. Okay, looking good. Netflix, AMD. All right, so with the index consolidating here at the highs, watch your individual stocks. Meta looks like it wants to keep going. Meta. Meta trending as an ATR of $4.40. $4.40. It's up 2. So you could see more improvement in Meta. Looks like it wants to go here. Meta should have bought that dip right there. Should have bought that dip. 60 minutes, pretty hot. Okay, Meta got room. Meta call walls at 145. All right, watching the SPY. It looks like the SPY wants to go here. SPY, Meta, the 140 call for Friday is very active. $16,000 contracts. On Meta. All right. Meta looks good. Okay, SPY still consolidating at the highs just below R1. VIX. Watching VIX. Google ran into resistance at 99. There's 24,000 shares offered at 99 on Google. Google, all the FANG stocks have a bid today. Google, right, flagging. Google has overbought conditions, $2.75 on its ATR. It's up 54 cents. Google looks like it could keep going. If it can get above 99, Google. Okay, let me look at the Google right there. Daily looks good. Google's on a buy signal. All time frames. Okay, can it get another $2? Yeah, probably. Looking for a dip here. What's the SPY going to do? SPY looks like it wants to go. The 100 call for Friday is active on Google. We've got 4,700 contracts, 4,800 contracts. All right, there goes SPY. Google, the 100 contract is very active. 4,700 contracts have traded against 15,000 in open interest at 94 cents. Offer. $0.92 bid. Looks like Google wants to go. Google looks like it'll follow through the 9 and 21 day. Will cross up through the 50. Google. Okay, we can just push out of this consolidation. And SPY Qs keep going. Qs look good. SPY looks good. Market net below is green on the day. Market net below is still green on the day. All right, Apple, lots of calls on Apple at the bid, 140. Apple. Apple looks like it wants to keep going, eh? Apple. Nice little dip there on Apple. Being bought. All right, SPY going. SPY's above R1. 400's the next level. All right, looks good. Apple. Netflix still going. Netflix is a beauty. Meta.
May expand Ukraine trade liberalization.
Okay, all the FANG stocks getting bought. Excuse me. All right. All right. Apple looks like it wants to keep going. Squeeze. All right, looking for a follow through. All right, Apple looking for the follow through. Google on a buy, all time frames, looking for the 2 minute to break a bit higher. 60 minute looks good. 2 minute chart cycling. Okay. Tesla calls, shop calls. Shop calls. Shop looked good. It moved above a pivot and is going now. Looks like it's seeing volume. Shop looks good. Apple. Apple looking good. SPY continuation. 400's the next level on SPY. Apple. Carvana is higher. Merck pushing higher. Merck. All right. Pharmaceuticals like Merck look good. Merck. MRK. Merck. Okay, bouncing off of that 50-day, looking for a follow through. Looking for more buyers. Could be some distribution up here. Merck's made a nice run over the last 10, 12 months. After basing, about 8 months ago, it broke out, followed through, based again, followed through. Might be ready to base again. All right, NVIDIA. NVIDIA, it's above its 185 call wall, NVIDIA. $40.50, $40.47, $40.99. SPY is still going. All right, so all of the FANG stocks will go with. Yeah. Yeah, looks good there, Rick. SPY breaking out. 400's the next level. All right, so it's a good day. It's a good day in the neighborhood. All right, letting your winners run. NVIDIA looks good. NVIDIA, let's see, NVIDIA one more time. NVIDIA, where are you, NVIDIA? There you are. Yeah, it's about to take out another pivot level. 190. 190 is the next level. 3 points to go. 190 seems very doable on NVIDIA. Just flag there. Missed an opportunity on NVIDIA on that flag. $185s, $187.50s, and $190s on NVIDIA are pretty active. Thank you, Frano. Alphabet still going. Google still going. Okay, Google looking good. Follow through from last week. Google. Wow, big move here. Be taking profits off into that 400 level. I have no position in SPY. I'm just saying, as we reach that 400 level, I'll be taking some profits off on the FANG stocks that are strong today. Apple, Nvidia, AMD, Meta, Tesla. Wow, I'm having a good day. Having a good day. Array going there. Frano. Array. Plus 5%. All right, Array looks good, Frano. Following through. Cleared a bunch of 120 January 20th calls last week. Now the OPEX is behind us. Google, Redfin. Tesla, high of the day, just shy of 140. SPY, just shy of 400. Apple looking good. Yeah, I'm going to miss Robert. Robert Caplan. Today's broadcast is dedicated to our late member, Robert Caplan. If you're just tuning in, this is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Monday the 23rd. Rob passed this weekend from a long bout with cancer. He was doing really well. Then last week, I didn't hear from him for several days. I felt like something was up. And then his wife contacted me over the weekend on Friday, late. Sad. He was a good guy. But he'll go on. He'll go on in the minds of many, not to mention all of our members. Good guy. Rob and Russell are the two whales in our membership. Russell and Rob trading big, winning big. All right. Okay. SPY still going. All right, we'll be taking some profits off on some of these stocks like Apple. One above 140 now. Interesting. Apple still going. Google cooking with gas now. IBB, XBI. The biotechs last week were very strong. I see Prism mentioning LABU. All right, LABU is about to clear the 200-day. It's been consolidating for the last 4 months, looking for a push towards that 13 level. Yeah, exactly, Grover. Yeah. All right, so we'll probably start to level off here. As SPY reaches max altitude, Meta. And now if SPY breaks through 400, we could run a bit higher. I believe Cayman had 405. All right, so Meta looks like it wants to push higher. Meta's got another $2 in its ATR. Okay, SPY's nearing that 400 level. Looks good. What are we looking at there? Richter, Apple. Are you looking at SPY? Okay, yeah, cool. You got a Kumo twist again, a bullish Kumo twist after a bullish Kumo twist. Not sure what the stats are on something like that, but looks good. Apple, nice follow through, pushing through the 50-day. I liked it last week. Love it this week. Don't buy the highs here. We're right at 400 resistance supply on SPY. Okay, not a whole lot of blocks today. That's interesting. Supply. Okay, take some profits off in the strength, folks. Starting to hit some resistance here. A lot of stocks all move lower with the index. What's Netflix doing? Netflix. AMD. Netflix. What's Taiwan Semi doing? Taiwan Semi. Maybe some profits there. Taiwan Semiconductor, TSM having a good day. Semi's having a good day. All right, a little profit taking at the highs. Okay. All right, Meta, NVIDIA squeezing. Taiwan Semi consolidating at the highs. All right, maybe a little dip here to buy after a few minutes. Give it a few minutes. Taiwan Semi. NVIDIA squeezing. Okay, NVIDIA is squeezing right here. Okay. There's your squeeze on NVIDIA. RSI showing muscle. NVIDIA, it's above the call wall. I'm very interested to see what our earnings look like. A lot of investors are anticipating lower earnings from companies. We have quite a few reporting this week. Also saw the economist who was making a big deal out of the inverted yield curve, talking about that yield curve over the weekend, talking about it as potentially being a false signal now. So that's interesting. I don't know how that's going to play out, but earnings seems to be the most important part next to inflation and the Fed, of course. But the yield curve is another big deal. We got a bond auction today, the 3-month and the 6-month. Other than that, we don't have much in the way of news. Fed's quiet. All right, stocks are consolidating at the highs here. Meta. NVIDIA. Apple. All of them consolidating at the highs right now. Apple's still pushing a bit. Alphabet. All right, Wayfair. Let's see, Tesla at the highs. Tesla's still on a buy signal on the daily now. Tesla on a buy signal flagging for the last 15 minutes, 45 minutes. Lagging for the last 45 minutes. Tesla. Oscillators are overbought. So we might get a better, if you missed it, a better entry on Tesla. Earnings on Wednesday after the close. Tesla is up 4%, $5.68 at the moment. Tesla. Apple at the highs. All right, just looks like A pivots, people profits, taking profits into the highs of the morning. All right, Tesla looks good. SPY still pushing. All right, we get above 400. Should be good. Stocks like Tesla, you have everyone buying calls. When you have everyone buying calls, you got the dealers short those calls. So if the stock continues to move higher, the dealer has to buy shares to bring their short call position to delta neutral. So basically, your long calls, once we move above certain areas of resistance and we start to rise, people start piling into calls. The dealer is selling those calls, so they're short. They have to buy the underlying, which creates a feedback loop, and you get stocks continue to push higher. Currently, we're at resistance. SPY is just below 400. So is it chicken or the egg? Do the stocks move higher? The SPY stocks, do they move higher? The top 32% weighted companies in the S&P 500. You can see that we have growth and value both working today. That line is rising. We're above the 21 EMA, the blue line. Growth is pushing, value is pushing, trying to break above that pivot. Number of stocks trading above their 50-day. Okay, plenty of room to the upside. All right, so we could see a follow through. Number of stocks above their 200-day. This is a little misleading. I just have red there just to indicate that we need to look at extremes, but we're not close to extremes. We're 65% of stocks are above their 200-day. That can get up to 90%. CCI turned back up, and the number of stocks above the 50-day has turned up. That's a buy signal. We got the follow through. SPY currently pulling back a little bit right here. Meta looks like it might be flattening out for the day. Meta has an ATR of $4, 4 and change. That's pulling back a little bit. Meta. NVIDIA looks good. NVIDIA squeezing here. NVIDIA with a squeeze. Let me go look at NVIDIA real quick. NVIDIA on the squeeze. All right, let's look at the 60-minute real quick. NVIDIA. 60 minutes above the 20 EMA. Starting to get a bit extended here. Look at the relative volume. MACD's crossed. RSI is rising. NVIDIA is squeezing, though. It's showing pressure to the upside. RSI is showing muscle. Looks like a bicep in profile. NVIDIA squeezing, pressuring the upside move. Shorts covering above these levels. We're above the 185 call wall. So this could blow higher. Netflix at the highs, squeezing at the moment. Tesla pushing higher. It has earnings on Wednesday. Stocks feel a little tired at the moment. All right. We're consolidating below 400. That's a major gamma level, as well as call wall and supply. All right. If we blast through 400, we could run. We have a Kumo breakout. This could get really interesting very fast. Definitely. Para, I like it. Yep, para. Para, let me take a look at para. Para. I see Frano buying para. That's on the extended watch list. Paramount. Okay, Paramount. On the daily is on a buy signal. Paramount's on a buy signal. I have shares only, Frano. Okay, YPF. That's on the extended watch list, right? Yeah, it's on there somewhere. No, I didn't have it on there. I did show up on a scan though, Frano, YPF. Previous watch lists. Okay, NVIDIA. There's a lot of stocks that broke higher last week. The problem is a lot of them are overbought. Stochastics up here needs to recycle. So depending on where SPY and the Qs decide to consolidate at supply, we'll start looking at looking for some dips to buy.
High took alert plus 800.
Paramount following through. All right, SPY breaking out. Okay, got to get above 400. Apple still going. Meta squeezing. Looks like it wants to run. NVIDIA squeezing, running the upper Bollinger Bands. Tesla. Wow, Tesla looking good. All right, you're looking at AI. It's halted, Prano. C3. We've traded that one before. Maybe a buyout. AI, that one we've traded last year, right? 2021, that run up. Trying to make the turn. Kathy. Buying lots of stocks, right? AI. Okay, NVIDIA. NVIDIA squeeze. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA breaking out. NVIDIA breaking out of a squeeze. It's going. Oh, geez, look at this move. It's like it's not even there. 188.38. All right, breakout. Thank you, LA. Microsoft. I have I have calls on Microsoft looking for that to push higher so I can get out with a profit. NVIDIA looks good. NVIDIA is clearing all the nearby pivots. Out of this squeeze, NVIDIA coming out of this squeeze, looking really sharp here. With semiconductors leading today. All right, we're about to trigger that lower Bollinger Band. See how it's opening up? Whenever you have, if you're a new member, Nimesh, if you're listening, whenever you have Bollinger Bands opening up top and bottom, that tells you to look for a fast move. If the lower band were to turn up and start to parallel price, that would say look for a grind higher. These Bollinger Bands right now are forecasting a potential big move. If it keeps up, volume, it looks pretty good. Volume, look at relative volume compared to the same time on Friday, 10/10/30. It's about 2 times normal volume. NVIDIA. Mhm. All right, looks good on NVIDIA, following through. Looks like it wants to keep going. Look at that muscle in RSI. Yeah, Nimesh, there you go. There's your chart. All right. Paramount looks good. All right, so Paramount's at the highs. See a little bit of hesitancy here. And then Paramount looks good on the daily. All right, Paramount daily, clearing levels. You know that Warren's in this. This is most likely going to be much higher over the next several months. Probably gets up here, maybe 50% retracement, maybe even 382. 382 would put you back here near 38, 40, something like that. So that would be about a double from here. 382 would put you up around 40. All right, so if you like swings, Paramount's a possible candidate. Let me just check earnings on Paramount. Paramount has earnings on February 16th. Nice looking super trend together with buy the dip signals. Thank you, Grover. That would be SPY. All right, looks good. 402 potential next level. If we push above 400 here, looks like we're going to. Netflix squeeze breaking out. All right, Netflix, you got a nice squeeze here as well. All right, let me go back to NVIDIA real quick. NVIDIA looking good. Okay, holding up. Look at Netflix. Look at Netflix. Netflix, look at that squeeze. Nimesh, you see that right there? See that Bollinger Band's opening up outside of the gray area? That's a TTM squeeze setup. Whenever the Bollinger Bands open up and push outside of the Keltner channel, the gray area, that's what triggers a TTM squeeze. And we got the trigger to the upside. Note the relative volume, same time around 11 o'clock. We're about 2 times normal. So it looks like it's in play. It's trading like it's in play. Tesla pushing higher. Netflix looks good. Netflix is blasting higher. Netflix. All right, a bit extended, but it's following through pretty strong here on Netflix.
From ECB Holzman Newspeak today book presentation in Vienna.
Netflix. Netflix still going. Triggered a squeeze, breaking out of a squeeze. All right, SPY still pushing a bit higher. Netflix, Bollinger Bands opening up 360. Looks like the next level on Netflix. Only 2 days after earnings, post earnings. Netflix continuation. SPY, goodbye. That's hilarious. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, man. Oh, that's interesting. Very nice. I like it. Love it. Yeah, it's a good point there, Lee Star. Good time to buy some leaps when the VIX is so low.
Extreme high tip alert.
All right, and we just keep blasting higher. SPY is gone. Gone, baby, gone. Netflix ripping. Netflix has $18 right now. Netflix is up 18 bucks. Netflix has an ATR of 13, so definite expansion day. I'd be taking profits off into strength. Netflix is kicking butt. Wow, look at Netflix go. Okay, so what I'd like to do, this is obviously institutions buying after earnings. Microsoft going. Microsoft is on the move. Watch Microsoft too.
Extreme high tip alert.
Don't take your eye off of Netflix. Netflix is a bit extended now. Okay, Netflix a bit
US
extended.
stocks extend gains. Dow Jones up 1%.
Okay, I'll look for some dips to buy on Netflix. I'd be selling some into strength. Okay, Netflix up there. I would be taking some profits off, especially if you're trading options. All Japan's opening up. Look for dips to buy now. Microsoft, high of the day. Microsoft, high of the day. Okay, watch Microsoft here. It's clearing the 50-day.
High tick alert plus 800.
Okay, nice follow through. Microsoft, nice follow through. Yeah, it looks very, very similar, Grover. Thank you for sharing. Thanks for sharing.
Extreme high tick alert.
All right, this is a great day to be broadcasting in Rob's memory. Rob Caplan, who passed away last week. Great to see all of these nice setups. Stochastics turning higher. Good sign on Microsoft as it clears the 50-day. Looks like 255 is next.
Extreme
Clears this volume by price band, then it gets a bit easier. Looking really good. Having a nice day. Do remember to take some profits off the table. Okay, we got Tesla with earnings on Wednesday after the close.
Turkish President Erdogan says Sweden should not expect Turkish support for its NATO membership after the protest at Turkish embassy.
high tick alert plus 800.
Been a pretty good day so far. All right. Having a good day. Not sure what happened just now. I think lost my connection there for a minute. Should be okay. Let me just check my monitor. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Okay, good. All right, so we're good. All right. Netflix, nice follow through on Netflix. Taking some profits off Netflix. All right, so we got the high, nearly tapped the high of the day there. That was good. 11:06, we had a sell signal. Okay, right there at the top of that candle. Beautiful exit. Beautiful exit. All right, SPY. Netflix still flagging here. Not giving it up yet. All right, probably going to fade a bit more back towards VWAP. All right, take some profits off the table now. Okay, SPY's fading. We're at resistance. We're at supply. This is where you would be looking to take profits off. Okay, there's your A pivot. A pivot's showing up everywhere. Tesla's showing strength. It's got earnings, so it might continue to show strength. All right, so SPY's not stopping.
High tick alert plus 800.
Today is going to be one of those days.
Extreme high tick alert.
All right, stocks are not stopping. That can only mean one thing. That means institutions are active and buying. Okay. Note Netflix, that said, note the Bollinger Bands, how they're coming together now. All right, on the mesh, check out the Bollinger Bands. See how they're coming together? That's telling you look for a squeeze. So you can see right there where we hit the high and we were outside the upper Bollinger Bands. See how the Bollinger Bands started to turn in? That told us good time to start taking some profits off. We'll probably start to fade a bit. We'll look for this to squeeze like it did over here or continue and turn higher. For now, Netflix
Extreme high
is a
tick
bit
alert.
extreme, so I would probably take some off. We're plus 16. It's got an ATR of what, 12, I think it was? 12. Okay, always pay attention, Nimesh. Say hello to Nimesh, by the way. NP28, a new member, started last week, doing really well, week before last. We got an ATR of 13, all right? So when you got an ATR of 13 and you're up 1575, actually we're up over 16, time to take a little profits off. We're at that upper Keltner band, the green line there as well. That would be 361.03. 361.03. The high of the day was 360.73. So that's a pretty good level to take some profits, let it come back in, let other people chase it, let other people get stuck. We'll wait for them to sell on any dips. Netflix still looks very strong, though. The stocks are not stopping. Netflix is consolidating at this point. So that looks really good. Pulling back. As long as those Bollinger Bands are coming together, it's telling you to look for a squeeze. Let's see. Apple by comparison. Apple by comparison. Okay. Apple by comparison. Look at the lower band. You see how it's paralleling price and it's not consolidating? In other words, Apple's not Bollinger Bands are not pulling together. The top and the lower bands are paralleling price. That's telling you look for a grind higher when you have this condition. Or pulling away from VWAP, that's showing exceptional strength in Apple. Same thing with NVIDIA. NVIDIA, same thing is happening there. We're seeing a parallel. See how price action is paralleling? Not much, not as much as Apple. You see how the lower band, that upper band's starting to turn now? Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Tesla, briefly flagging, lower band. Here's another good example. See that upper band grinding along? Lower band's paralleling price. Pressure is keeping price action up against that upper band. Nice volume. Look at the relative volume compared to Friday. No comparison. Not even close. Tesla. Not even close. Beautiful. Looks really, really nice. Look at that relative volume. At 10:45. Bollinger Band squeeze. Nice look to it. All right, Tesla. All right, let me just check the Tesla. I want to be correct here. Looks like we've got at least 2 times R ball. Tesla. At this particular moment, it's about the same. On the breakout. Yeah, R2. All righty. All right, so stocks are starting to pull in a little bit. All right, exactly what you'd anticipate. So hopefully you took some profits off the table. All right, looks good. All right, Tesla. Watch that upper band. Stocks are starting to show those upper bands turning in now. Okay, so it looks like we're done for today. Looks like A pivots everywhere. Netflix. Unusual strikes on Netflix. Okay. Tesla pulling in a bit. All right, so we're getting some consolidation here at the highs. Okay, most stocks are pulling in, so that's good. You want to wait for the next setup. Apple high of the day. Okay, most people in the trading room have been taking profits off. It still looks very strong. The markets could fake everybody out and continue higher. Netflix is still on buy signals, 5-minute, 15-minute, 60-minute, and daily. Most stocks are higher. You ever notice in the mornings, a lot of times if you look at your P&L in the morning, which is not a good idea, but your P&L in the morning, like between the open 9:30 and say 12 o'clock, a lot of times your P&L will be so high. And then by the end of the day, you look at your P&L and it's like, wow, what happened? Everything pulls back. You go through that ABCD pattern, most stocks. Not saying that you should only trade this way or look at your P&L very often, but I have from time to time noticed that A pivot is where you make all the money during the day, and the rest of the day is testing your patience to be able to stick with the trade that's probably going to continue to move higher, like Tesla, for example, on the short time frames. This 2-minute chart, we went from 133 up to 141, nearly 10 points on the day. A lot of people won't take profits off for a good reason. We could continue to swing up to about 150. I'm imagining that Tesla is doing a lot better than this price level speaks to. I know last week we were looking at Tesla relative to its earnings. That's Tesla right there. All right, so looking at Tesla, price versus earnings, okay? That should tell you a lot there. All right, let me just, where is my Tesla? There it is. Tesla earnings on Wednesday. All right. Looks good. Looks good. All right, Tesla looking really good here. All right, Tesla. Rob, I know you had a big position looking down on us. I know you had a big position from the 100s. Rob was building a position down here in Tesla. All right, so stocks are consolidating. Okay. Google just off the highs of the session. Google. All right, let's take a look at Google's Bollinger Bands and Google's chart in general. Google. All right, that one last week popped up. Let me just take a look at earnings on Google. Google has earnings on February 2nd. Revenue growing 6.1% on a year over year. Probably not a bad idea to take some profits into strength on Google. Going into earnings. Yeah, well, I'm talking to a few members and DMs, and extremely important, in my opinion, to minimize the number of open positions that you have that are, unless you can trade, half a dozen stocks. I think that's the limit for me. Half a dozen stocks, especially if they're options. I have a grid of 6 that I'm watching, and I can hit the sell signal very easily, very quickly. But when you start to add, complexity by having a dozen positions compared to just maybe 6, your ability to take 5 to 1,000, $1,500 out of the markets every day is diminishes with the number of stocks that you add. Okay, so if you're trading, for example, I'm watching and trading Apple, Meta, Google, Nvidia, Netflix, and Tesla. All right, those 6 are very easy, very straightforward, and I'm watching how the SPY. You throw the SPY on top of that, or the Q on top of that, or 2 of them, SPY and the Qs, or maybe IWM. Then you got 9 stocks, 9 assets that you're following. So if the SPY starts to bounce here, I'll be monitoring these 6 stocks for potential profit taking, or for areas I might want to add. Right now, I wouldn't be adding. It's too close to 12 o'clock. We could see these A pivots play out a bit more. Tesla's looking pretty good. Bottom line is, if your goal in day trade, I'm just talking to the day traders right now. If your goal in day trading is to, trade the first hour or so, make a couple of $100, maybe $500 a day, then it's pretty straightforward. You can do that as long as you got upward sloping VWAP, SPY right out of the gate, took off. It's been sloping away from VWAP all day. We haven't had that in a while. But try to focus on fewer positions. I think you'll find it a lot more profitable and a lot less stressful. You get to the end of the day and you have 12 positions open. You realize that during C and D, you didn't get the follow through that you thought. And some of those positions that you took on during the day are probably down. Maybe your options are off a bit. Where if you had been managing only a few positions, much easier to take profits into that A leg higher and then wait for the rest of the day between 1 and 2 o'clock for those B and C pivots. Because invariably, Google is going to most likely will continue. Let's just use Google as an example. So if you missed the morning rush with Google from 98 up to 100, then, maybe taking profits off into here. If it keeps going, great. But start taking some profits off into strength and then look for between, say, 12 and 2 o'clock. Look for that dip because it is bullish. Okay. It's just not going to go straight up from here. Now, I don't know that for sure, but just in general, it's up $1.80. Its ATR is 275. So maybe that A leg could push a bit higher. Or if we start to see some profit taking here, look for B and C above VWAP would tell you that this bullish trade most likely will continue and you can buy that dip. Just try to focus on fewer positions. Now, if you're swinging some positions, that's another story, like Paramount. Paramount, I have a swing position. I'm not really that concerned about it because it's a low beta stock anyway. I have shares. This one I'm not really concerned about. I'll check every 60 minutes to an hour. Other positions that, I have shares in, like Apple. Apple is something I'd be day trading anyway and swing trading because it's had this nice move. It's got this descending pattern. If you look at Apple, let me just mark up a chart here. If you look at Apple, it's very bullish looking right now. Okay, let's say Apple. I thought I had a daily chart. Okay, so I'll go to a daily chart anyway and mark this up because I think it's important what I'm looking at right now on Apple. Watching SPY is still consolidating, so that's going to take some stocks with it, most likely. Okay. Right, so here's that downward trend. Okay, we're running right into supply right now. Okay, you got this descending pattern. So if this breaks out, look for a test at 200. It looks like it might. RSI's moving above 50. RSI is moving above 50. And Apple is on an up cycle. All right, I just want to mark that out. Okay, and we're a little bit overbought right now, but the note stochastics has turned up on today's move. So that's one caveat so far. Its ATR is just under $4. Okay, Apple is up $4, more than $4. So that looks like an expansion day. We're above the 50-day, so that's a good marker too. We got this resistance level over here that we're going to deal with soon. Okay. And let's put a resistance line on here. Okay, so that resistance line, volume by price, lines up nicely with that 200-day moving average. Can't type. Okay, MACD above its signal line, rising. Looks good. MACD over here. That looks good. All right, so we got a nice markup now that we can follow on this bullish trend development above the 50-day. All right, so we got about, what, 5 more points? Let me go check Money Magic's levels on Apple. I believe we did that earlier, but I'll do it again. Apple has 140, or we're above the 140. So the next levels will print out today. You'll have an update tomorrow in options on Apple to trade against. Right now we're above the call wall at 140 at 50-day. So that's significant. Looking for Apple to continue. Apple. All right, Apple. Looks good. All right, so that looks good. Apple. SPY's hanging in here. That's a pretty good sign. Apple SPY has not pulled back. I'm watching it right now at R2. This might be one of those damn days where institutions keep buying. Tick cumulative is rising, so tick is rising. That's telling you that institutions are buyers. At 4.5 to 1 upfall. Looks good. Thank you, money. Thank you. Okay, 355 is the next level. I'm sorry, 140. And then above that, starting to build at 145. Cool, cool, cool. 145 is starting to build. If I'm reading that right, 145 is building. All right, that's good. Thank you, Money. Cool. All right, nice look. Nice look. Yeah, NVIDIA looks great. NVIDIA looks great. Not a whole lot of calls building overhead. NVIDIA looks like it wants to keep going. NVIDIA looks like it wants to keep going. Looks good. I wish I could get a little dip here. SPY, that's the only thing. SPY is just sitting here at the highs. Could go either way. We could continue or we could dip a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna exercise I'm gonna exercise a little patience here. I want to buy NVIDIA really bad. But this is the area where you want to be taking profits off into strength. This could continue to push higher. If I understand what you're posting there, LA, that's these are time periods. To 1209. Yeah, resist the urge. I know. Look at Apple. Look at Apple going. Jesus. Unfreaking believable. Apple, you're doing great today, baby. Apple. All right. All right, SPY. This is not stopping. Look at this damn thing. I don't trust it, though. I don't trust it. If you made profits from this morning and you're contemplating a long from up here, I can't stop you, but oh boy, this could blow up. This could blow up. It's been a great morning, so I don't want to ruin it by taking anything at this time of day. The majority of the time, we'll put in a pivot. Would love to see it blow up so people who did not take exits have a chance to exit into a profit zone. Wow. Apple looking good. All right, so here's an idea for newer members. Okay, so you're looking at Apple, okay, and you're thinking, well, I can't buy it here, but it looks very bullish. So what you want to do is wait to maybe 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Maybe we get a little dip and we see a nice follow through. It's up $5.09 right now. Apple's up $5. Its ATR is about 4. Okay, so let's just say 4. Apple's currently up $5. So you could see this pull back a buck. What would that mean if it pulled back a buck? Doesn't mean it will, but if I'm contemplating an entry, all right, a buck would be back here at 142. 2.5 would be a move back to VWAP, and we might see an ABCD pattern, right? So that's a possibility. If you like Apple, it's up $1 or more than its ATR already. Wait for it. Maybe you get a better entry. Now, it's very possible Apple could keep going, and this turns out to be one of those monster candles that shows up once in a blue moon. If you look at the size of this candle, you had a couple of them like this over here in November, one here in late October. But what happened the next day? That's what you have to be worried about. The 200 days right there, that's where we got rejected back in late October, right at the 200 day Apple. And then the next day was the inside day, the following day. The way the dojis work, okay, so look at this big bullish candle here. The next day was a doji. Now the rule as a strategy is take the direction, take the direction of the following day. So you got big bullish day, you're at resistance, you got a doji inside day. The next day is that big red candle. That gives you the direction, and you would have been right. Most often you were right if you take the doji inside day. Look at this doji over here to begin the year. You get the big red candle, you get inside day doji. Next day you're looking for direction, doesn't give you. Then the following day you get a breakout in the opposite direction. So that was your directional change off of this doji right there. See if we can find another example. Okay, here's a doji inside day. Look for the next day as your direction, because the doji tells you that stalemate after a big move higher. You got a doji at the high. The next day gives you direction. The direction's down. Okay, let's find another one. Okay, there's a doji right. Oh, we just talked about that one. Okay, doji over here. Not very many. All right, let's see if we can find one on NVIDIA while we're waiting for the markets. Okay, we're looking for a big bullish candle or bearish candle, and then a doji to follow. Nothing really on NVIDIA. No, nothing there. What about Netflix? Netflix been pretty much in a trend. Netflix. No, okay, here's one over here. July. Okay, obviously I'm looking at this in hindsight, but you look for this candle, a bullish candle inside day. You're looking for a reversal anyway. You get the direction, then you have your follow through, which was bullish. Netflix. What about Paramount? Paramount's a pretty slow mover. Okay, no dojis here. All right, kind of wasting my time on that one. NVIDIA we talked about. Netflix. Let's take a look at Qualcomm. Qualcomm. Nope. I'm looking for big candles followed by a doji. If you can find them, if you can find a big candle followed by a doji day, inside day, needs to be an inside day. This works too, a 3-candle reversal, but I'm looking for inside days. Qualcomm. Oh, Taiwan Semi. Okay. No dojis there. All right, we can look at more. You can scan for them on Thinkorswim. Dojis and then find them that way. Okay, so what you're looking for, while we're waiting for the markets, I'm going to just do it on this chart. What you're looking for is, all right, you have a big day down, and then you're looking for a doji. Okay. Inside day. And then the next thing you're looking for is either a big candle down or a big candle up. That gives you the direction. The reason, if this is a red day or a green day, the inside day is telling you stalemate. Then you look for direction. Push higher or push lower. Doesn't happen very often. So when you see that, if you're tuned into it, it's a good signal. In your toolbox of trades to pay attention to. All right, Taiwan Semi following through. Looks good. SPY still sitting here. Okay, so SPY not giving us much of a signal here at the high. It's just consolidating. The fact that we're near supply makes me cautious. I wouldn't buy up here because this could very easily turn into profit taking. And this drop off, it's the time of day anyway. Okay, there's your A pivot. Okay, this area I'd consider A right now. So if you still have trades on and you're contemplating, should I take some off? Take half off. If it starts to move higher, you can always add back at a higher level. Right now, I'm just looking for B and C pivots. Cool. Very good. Very good. I like the way you think there, LA. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, exactly. Wait for those B pivots. Now, if you don't know, LA had a good year. At the end of the year, he posted results using a strategy that he's developed using time, volume, and price, and goal to make a certain amount of money per day, achieving some really nice results in a bear market. As the markets were moving lower, he still managed a very good profit per day average. Commendable and noteworthy. Always like seeing that kind of results. All right, Netflix, man, what a day on Netflix, huh? Netflix is still going. Netflix is still showing strength. I am waiting for Netflix to pull back a little bit to start some more option trades. All right, so if you want to take lunch, good time to take lunch. Looks like A pivots are starting to form everywhere. Apple, A pivot on Apple. Okay, so you've had this run up this morning. Apple started off the day right around 137.75. Okay, you made 5-6 points. There's A. Looking for B and C pivots. Always check your ATR. $4.82. We know that the ATR, I think, is $4 on Apple. A very important concept to understand. The thing that I've seen so many times is, where should I take profits? Am I chasing? Two questions. Where should I take profits? Am I chasing? You've had a very good morning. The indices moved higher. The stock is up $4.78. You know your ATR is 4. So right there, that's telling you you don't want to be chasing this. You're already starting to see people taking profits up here. It's still bullish and most likely follows through. So what would I do? I would wait for B and C pivots. If this pulls back $2, back to 140, 141, I might be interested. Only if they buy on a pullback to VWAP. So let's say Apple pulls back, okay? Right now I'm waiting anyway. If Apple pulls back to VWAP and it doesn't stop and it just keeps moving lower, then you know it's done for today. Definitely done for today. If it gets back to VWAP and we get a bounce and the volume starts to spike like this spike right here, and it's followed up by more volume, that's telling you it's a good buy area. So pull back to here, that would be your B pivot. You'd have a stop underneath VWAP, probably about 50 cents. Look for a bounce, knowing that you're probably going to see a C pivot, a little quick profit, pulls back, C pivot, and then look for a retest of the high of the day, because this looks like a really strong day on volume. Looks like institutions are buying Apple. Look at this volume here. Okay, we got a couple of red sticks here, but for the most part, this has been buying. That's about 300 million shares trading hands over the last 10 trading days or more. I just eyeballed it. And we have this nice follow through. 9 and 21 day crossing up, probably going to hit through the 50 day. Probably the end of the week. Test the 200 day. You'll run into some supply over there. That's where I'd be taking off profits. All right, Meta looking really good right here. Meta. All right, Meta had a little dip just now. It's trending. I have shares of Meta day trading options from the open, working well. If that's what you were doing, I'd be looking for these dips now. Watch for another opportunity to sell up here, not buy. Look for another opportunity to sell into strength right there. I wouldn't be buying up here. What time is it? It's after 12. Let me tune in to these guys and see what they're saying. All right, so it's been a very lucrative morning. You should be cashing out. If you're day trading, you should be cashing out some of your positions. Take the rest of the day off or come back around 2 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock. Good, 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 good. When I stop looking at the charts for a second, I start thinking about Rob. Start thinking about Rob not being here. It's hard to believe he's gone.
Economy. So we still we lean defensive, but I think from a long-term perspective, obviously you're seeing growth has gotten a bit at the beginning of this year. I do think it's a bear market bounce, but these prices in tech and comm services have come down dramatically, and I think these are still areas that you could start to accumulate positions in these stocks and start your positions and really look to the long term on the growth oriented part of your portfolio. And I think value, though, is still the place you need to be, for this year.
Should we, Bryn, be more bullish like Belsky and Lebenthal are for, the reasons that they continually suggest, and what Steph was just saying? It's like consumer's still strong, job market's still good, earnings are going to be better. Who cares what the Fed says? They're not going to go as far as they think for all the reasons that I just said. So maybe we shouldn't be as negative. That's what Lebenthal would say, or Belsky would say if they were sitting here.
Well, I think that, first of all, there is such a wide range of outcomes. And so I thought Stephanie walking through all of those things where the glass is, let's say, a little bit half full. She's spot on. That being said, none of this really matters because the Fed is still the visible hand in the market. And as technicals, as the S&P is right above its 200-day moving average, the NASDAQ is almost there.
All right, SPY pulling back now.
At the end of the month, and either going to give us a trajectory to go higher, or it's going to slam it right back down. Because what the Fed should do, and what the Fed
Netflix stalling right where you would anticipate, where all of those calls built overhead. Good observation there, Money. All right, Netflix stalling right at that 360 level.
We've gone from zero rates for basically 10 years to now at the end of the month we'll be at what, 4 or 450, 475. If they don't come out and say, hey, we need to stop and look around, and we're going to keep that rhetoric of we're going to go forward, something will break, because as an economy, we're a creditor's economy, and moving that quickly in rates and not stopping, something bad will happen in the credit markets.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
So-
not showing today, but something will happen.
So, Steph, moves that may be a tell on how we're thinking about the current market conditions. You sold Dollar General. You added to DR Horton. Tell me about that.
So Dollar General did what it was supposed to do. It was very defensive last year. It actually ended up the year up 1% in a market that was down 20. So I'll take that any day. Really well-run company, just more defensive and not cheap at 21 times forward estimates. I like it very much long-term, but I think I have more juice and more upside opportunity in DR Horton.
The housing play?
Yeah, because I just told you that permits were down 30%. You think it's going to go down 50%? There's a chance, but I think you're closer to the trough in housing than you are, than just in general. I think you're at the trough, kind of either this quarter or next quarter. The stock trades at 9 times earnings. They've been paying down debt. I just think this is one of the blue chips in housing. And so it definitely has more beta to it. Absolutely. But I do think housing for 2023 into 24 makes sense.
Sure. Okay, but fair enough. But of all the things you could have sold to be more optimistic in DHI, why something that has already proven to you that it can weather the kind of storm that we, have arguably entered into?
Right. Well, see, I think
the degree to which, whether it's a tropical storm or a hurricane.
Right. No, I think last year was the year to be more defensive. I think this year you want to be more offensive. And you've seen it actually in terms of growth outperforming value. Bitcoin, to your point earlier on, it's actually up quite a lot. ARK, she's up 19% year to date. So there's a little bit more beta to this market this year. And maybe you're
just so far that you buy into that, though?
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't chase here for sure.
But you believe in it?
I don't know. No, I mean, I don't believe in Bitcoin and ARK, okay, at this point in time.
I'm saying the message that you're suggesting is being sent to the market. You believe in that message.
I think that you want to have a little more beta this year. I do. I really do. Last year was the year to be defensive. I think last year we were discounting what was going to happen this year in the economy, right? And so we don't know about recession. We do know it's going to slow down. We don't know the degree. So, okay, what don't we know, right? And some valuations are really pretty attractive.
And some may be rich, like some of these defensive plays.
Well, there's a strong chance that stocks discounted a far more ominous outcome for the economy. And both in the case of DR Horton and Lennar, which in October we bought for Joe T, it's a classic example of the stocks discounted, show the resiliency in an environment where housing overall is continuing to contract. So that's a great example, I think, of what's going on in the market right now. Now, I agree with you. There appears to be more of an appetite for a lot of the higher beta plays so far in 2023. And I think that complicates the investment strategy because I think overwhelmingly most people aren't there. You heard Jason say he's defensive. I know in my strategies, I'm defensively oriented. So people stepped into 2023 a little bit more conservative. So it goes back to, okay, how exactly do you want to take advantage of an opportunity where you want a little bit more beta exposure? To your point, the economy looks a little better than we suspect. How exactly do you implement that strategy? And back to what Scott's highlighting, I don't think you still want to accept the risk in those hyper-growth names, Bitcoin, and a lot of the highly speculative assets.
Right, but I can get beta from some industrials. I can get beta from energy. I can get some beta from financials. So there are
healthcare, which is down year.
One of my top holdings now is GE Healthcare, right? So, I mean, I totally agree with you on that. All last year, your healthcare call was great. But I just think you don't have to go to these high beta or high valuation names, right? You don't have to go to the ARKs of the world to get that beta. You can find it just about in every industry. You just got to look. You got to pick.
Bryn, how do you assess, this part of the conversation that we're talking about? Steph's move into, the home builder is fine, but out of what was deemed as a defensive stock that held up well, certainly better than most, but now maybe time to switch the way you think about this market.
It is interesting because, I totally get her trade because if you look at like consumer staples in general, consumer staples have some of the highest multiples of all, if not the highest of all sectors. You have seen so many people went very heavy.
You guys looked at the real estate sector,
And if you
like
do, give the
Airbnb?
narrative that, hey, the economy isn't going to be as bad as I thought it was going to be. Take profits on that and go into something like a home builder. Because to me, the home
I was
builders
reading a bunch, or I was
so
watching a bunch of
incredible
YouTube
losses. To
videos
Joe's point, like, I own
about
four cars. I bought
Airbnb,
the
and
cars,
these
like,
people were
65
very
and sold it, like,
snarky.
at 80 because I thought, well,
YouTube
for sure
video.
it's
It's
gonna
a
go down. It
left-leaning,
never has. I mean, the home builders have
I forget the
continued
guy's
to
name,
be one of the
Charlie.
strongest
No, not
sectors
Charlie.
since
It's
that
something
October
else.
low. And so I do think as investors,
Anyway, they
the
were very
economy and the stock
snarky
market
about
are two
rich
different things.
people getting into
The stock market
Airbnbs and they have mortgages and
priced
stuff
in the economy well before it
with no
happens. So that's
bookings. And I
why,
was
like,
expecting to
the
see
Mike Wilsons of the world
Airbnb
that are where it's
at the lows. He's
3,300
doing exactly the
versus the
opposite.
Tom Lees.
So
I
I
mean,
found
he's
that
got
kind
a
of
bust
funny,
through
actually.
strategist this year.
Airbnb
And
and
I
real
like
estate,
Steph's approach of kind of
real
going
estate
down
in
the middle,
general,
saying,
looking
hey,
pretty
I'm
strong.
not going to focus on all the high beta tech, but I'm going to do beta in some other areas where I find aren't so
Real
much
estate sector.
but still can give me good growth.
It doesn't have to be, Jason, the highest of high beta tech, though. I mean, there are those like a Tom Lee who suggests that mega cap tech could go up 50% this year, right? There are others as well. Dan Ives, right? He says the drum roll is finally here for key tech earnings because we know Microsoft obviously tomorrow in overtime. They reiterate their call that they believe tech stocks will be up 20% this year and are way oversold at current levels. So while we're fixated on, the ARC stuff because it's up so substantially to start the year relative to others, I'm looking at Apple at pushing 142, or actually, I'm sorry, that's Tesla pushing 142. No, it wasn't that long ago. We were wondering if it was going to go below 100. Apple, I'll pull that up right now.
Apple
It's at
and
142 also.
Apple and Tesla almost the same price.
125 is the stock was not that long ago.
And you know what, Scott? I totally agree with Steph's points and actually what Bryn just said. And as it relates to, these high multiple stocks, I don't think you need, again, there's been some bottom fishing. A lot of these names have dramatically jumped. The Twilios, the Shopify's of the world, the ARC names like we're all talking about. I look at comm services. I mean, comm services was the worst sector in the market last year, down 37%. Year to date, it's up 10%, and 84% of the sector is trading above its 50 days. So,
do you believe in that?
I do believe.
You believe in that?
So I'll say this: I believe in what Steph is talking about. The non-profitable.
All right, Spy, still hanging in there.
High beta names. I don't think that has more traction here in this market with the Fed that's still engaged. But I do think. Some of the mega cap names, some of the software names, even some in the semi space. You see some of the upgrades we saw today can still work here. Yes, they're expensive at premium to the market.
Tesla.
They can still work. It's just that the non-profitable stuff I'm not interested at this time.
Breaking above these pivots from last week into earnings on Wednesday.
From some of these tech moves.
Hey, we've had head fakes all of last year. And so I think that what's happening is that obviously the bond market is telling you the Fed is done. And therefore, tech names with yields going lower everywhere but Fed funds are rallying towards that. I think that what's going to happen, though, during earnings, that's really going to be this quarter's earnings is where the rubber meets the road. And so if NVIDIA, which has had an inventory glut, which Jensen's talked about, if he's like, hey, our inventory has been worked off, then guess what? NVIDIA, which is now over its 200-day moving average, probably continues to go higher. And so it's like we need to hear from these companies' earnings. And so will they do a kitchen sink this quarter just because they're doing layoffs? There's a negative narrative. But I do think, though, that it's still too early to say, let's go back into these names. I don't see how Apple and Microsoft are at 50% this year. That would put them at all-time highs. I just don't see that happening at this point.
Yeah. There's still, by the way, as we move away from that, because we're going to talk about chips coming up later on in the show, because a really interesting call on some names that we need to discuss. But I want to hit energy for a moment, because there's still a lot of optimism around that, including Adam Parker of Trivariate today, who says, quote, the median energy stock has never been cheaper. They see demand growth outpacing supply growth. This is the core reason he says we are bullish on energy equities. Cheniere, Valero, Chevron, EOG, Halliburton, Kinder, Apache, Hess, ONEOK, Exxon, EQT, Phillips 66, Oxy. We can go down the list. Bryn, they like these stocks still. Do you?
For sure. I mean, if you're going to look, if you had one metric to analyze a company, that's it. PE, price to sales, PEG ratio, et cetera, the single best metric historically you could have used is free cash flow yield. And when I look at the energy sector as a whole, it right now has a free cash flow yield of over 11%. To give some perspective, the S&P is about 4. The next biggest sector is communication services at 6. And so it's like these companies are being financially responsible. They're paying down debt. They're doing smart buybacks. They're giving more back to shareholders. And so, yes, the commodity of nat gas and oil is volatile. And I think that's why they're still cheap, is a lot of people just don't believe it. But when you have a sector that is now the 4th biggest contributor to the S&P by earnings, if you don't own the sector, I think you're just continuing to miss out on high quality cash flow, especially when people want income and yield.
Mm-hmm. Joe, your names are all over this list. EOG, Pioneer, Valero.
So far in 2023, the relative outperformance in energy equities to the spot price of oil and natural gas is astounding.
Mm-hmm.
Energy equities are up 4.5%. Natural gas is down 25% so far year to date. Oil is struggling to maintain a 2% gain. We are experiencing a significantly warm weather both here in the
Gas
U.S.
is $3.
both in the
Barely.
U.S. and in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone told you that a weather event was coming in Europe and in the U.S. And if you sat back in your chair for and said, okay, well, on January 23rd, it never happened, where would energy equities be? You'd say they'd be down 10%, especially given 2 consecutive years of outperformance. But yet here they are, outperforming once again. And to Bryn's point, it goes back to the balance sheet. It goes back to disincentivizing them to take the incremental dollar of revenue that's being generated and putting it back in the wellhead. They're buying back their shares. They're focused on the dividend. They're repairing their debt. And that's exactly why you want to stay with them.
Steph, Chevron, Oxy, you just added to Schlumberger on Friday, SLB, Diamondback. You agree with Adam Parker?
Yes, I do agree with Adam. The valuations are so cheap because earnings are going higher. Every single quarter, earnings are going higher. Free cash flow, as Bryn and Joe mentioned, really is the key stat, right? They're printing money at oil at this price. They're printing money at oil even $10 lower than where it is currently. So I like the visibility in terms of earnings. I like the fact that their CapEx has come down over the last many years. They've underinvested. Instead, they're returning it to shareholders in dividends and buybacks. And so, yeah, Schlumberger was a great quarter. They beat earnings. They beat revenues. EBITDA came in 3% ahead of expectations. And I've always talked about this company being a hidden technology gem. And their digital and integration margins were up 380 basis points sequentially. So that is just really fuel for the fire. No pun intended. Fuel for the fire for the story, in my opinion. It's not cheap, but they have the best momentum and international activity as well.
All right. We'll take a quick break. Straight ahead, it's our chart of the day. Shares of Salesforce are higher. Activists now circling the tech giant. Halftime committee members Jim Leventhal, Carrie Firestone, they own it. They join us next to weigh in on what all of this means. The stock's up 4%. We're back in 2.
All right, we're just waiting out the consolidation here between 12 and 2 o'clock. Okay.
All right, let's get to our chart of the day. We said it is Salesforce. Now you got activists are circling this company. Paul Singer, Elliott Management, Jeff Ubbins, Inclusive Capital, the latest to emerge here. So we have Jim Leventhal, Carrie Firestone. They join us now because both are in the stock, and I want both of their takes. Carrie, you first. You've had activists, we've known about it, but now you've got a party, and they've all showed up. So what do you think?
Exactly. Well, Jeff Ubbin is a great guy, and he's one of my former colleagues at Fidelity, so I'm very pleased he's in the stock. This is a company that used to have 50,000 employees before the pandemic. They got to over 80,000. And I think rightly, they've understood that the margins have been compressed in part because of costs, also on the revenue side. But they're starting to cut headcount. They can cut plenty more. There's been a slowdown in ordering, and they've acknowledged that this environment has made the ordering of signing up big new corporate clients a much longer process. Well, that will abate eventually, and we'll start to see a resumption. But in the meantime, margins can improve significantly. The stock it's down 50% from November of 2021. The margin can improve. Then we believe that the PE will improve, and the leverage is there tremendously over the next couple of years to bring those earnings numbers up higher than expectations. So we've been a buyer, and we think there's a long way to go.
So you're happy to see the emergence of all of these activist names in the stock?
Bring them on. Bring them on.
Jim, is that your take?
Pretty much, and I liked what Carrie said. I better be careful. We don't want to be blasé about people losing their jobs, but it's very clear that this company got too big. It needs to cut more. I think that's probably why Mr. Singer and Elliott Management are coming in. Now, they're coming in with velvet gloves. They're saying nice things. We're going to work with management. But let's not forget that this is a company that has a long history of being very activist. I mean, 10 years ago, they commandeered an Argentine sailing ship from the Navy when they were in a fight with Argentina about debt. So they will play hardball if softball doesn't work. But I think the end of the day here, it is about margins because sales growth is going to slow.
Right.
They're not going to grow at the 25% rate.
Let me ask it this way. Is hardball needed? Right? You're a shareholder here. Is hardball needed at this point in time?
Probably. It's hard to say. We're going to see in the coming weeks how Mr. Benioff and Mr. Singer play together. Do they play nice or not? Now, Mr. Benioff created this company, and he has a reason to have a big ego about it. He may not take kindly to outsiders coming in and telling him what to do, but it would be wise for all parties if they play nicely together and do what needs to get done, which is mainly to improve margins in a declining growth rate environment.
Jason Snipe, you recently sold it, 6 weeks or so ago. So why don't you weigh in why you got out of the stock and what you make of this news?
Yeah, so for me, first of all, Salesforce is a great company. I think Mark Benioff is a tremendous leader. My concern around the stock is to what Jimmy and Carrie just talked about the margins, right? And the other thing is, deals were taking a lot longer to get done. Some of these larger enterprise deals and profitability is a concern for me going forward. There's obviously disruption at the top. They've announced some job cuts.
I'm here with you. I'm just having lunch.
Which all companies do in slowdowns. But, with Elliott getting involved, Elliott obviously has a tremendous track record as it relates to kind of improving companies and getting them to be operationally efficient. I think this is a tailwind for the stock, but I'm going to kind of wait and see, take a step back. Let's look at it in a couple quarters and maybe reevaluate my position here.
Carrie, you see yourself as a long-term investor in this name?
Absolutely. We've owned the stock for a long time. I believe in it. I've owned Salesforce at various times since 2002, I think, when Mark Benioff took it public. I remember that first IPO meeting at Fidelity, and I've been a believer in the company. I think that he understands that it got a little overextended in many ways. He understands that there's work to be done. And we believe that in enterprise software, these guys are the best. I mean, we run on Salesforce here. It's hard not to if you're in a business with you have customers. So yes, the answer is we are long-term owners, and we think there is great upside potential.
All right, Carrie, thank you. Jim Leventhal, thank you. I'll see both of you soon. Let's finish it on the desk here. Carrie uses an interesting word here, overextended. And I'm thinking, Joe, about the ripe environment that we have for activists. this year. Right? Because of many companies got, you could argue, overextended. Their stocks are down a bunch. Margins are a big question. How do you protect margins in the environment when you're downsizing and everything else? What do you think?
I think we're mind melding. That's throughout that conversation. That's what I'm thinking, that activism is back. It's alive. It's well. The walls are being torn down when you have the market that's repricing valuations in the way that it did in 2022. Some of the CEOs that are experiencing the activism right now, previously we would never think that the challenge would be put forth, but it is. And I think in 23, you're going to see more companies that you're going to be surprised at in which activism is going to be present.
Yeah, I think you're right. Steph, quick on that.
Yeah, I mean, I have it with firsthand with Disney, right? And hopefully Nelson, Peltz will prevail.
Unimaginable.
Unimaginable. That's exactly right. So companies that are not getting it done should be facing pressure.
Peltz, by the way, whom you've said you're voting with the activists.
Yes, absolutely. But I think this is a great move. The only problem I have is, profitability has been a concern. Can that improve? It's going to take time. Enterprise spend, I think, is going to be slowing, especially in cloud. And number 3, and this stock trades at 31 times EBITDA. So I can find a million other technology companies out there. Maybe they don't have activists with them, but I can find more attractive risk-reward stories.
It's a lot cheaper than it was.
Well, that's for sure.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Coming up, it's the 30th anniversary of the SPY. It's the first U.S.-listed ETF and the largest. Where the ETF industry is heading from here, we'll do that next, right here on The Half.
Grade my trade. Send us your latest stock move, and the investment committee will debate it and grade it. Email us at askhalftime@cnbc.com or tweet us, #GradeMyTrade.
All right, SPY, we got a lower high, look for more consolidation here. SPY not giving it up. Still technically a lower high above VWAP. Most stocks are holding near the highs of the session, but not looking for more follow through at the present time, only because we've had a very strong move this morning. And therein lies a caveat. If we continue to push higher, that'll just mean that institutions are buying. We do see 4.5 to 1 up volume. Tick cumulative is rising. Breadth is bullish. So there is a possibility of follow through. All right.
Welcome back to the Halftime Report. I'm Bertha Coombs, and here's your CNBC News update at this hour. Richard Burnett, the man photographed with his feet on Nancy Pelosi's desk on January 6th, 2021, has been found guilty on 8 charges stemming from the insurrection. including theft of government property. He said repeatedly in court last week that he regretted what had transpired at the Capitol that day, but did not consider his actions illegal. Jury selection begins today in the double murder trial of Alex Murdaugh. The South Carolina attorney is accused of fatally shooting his wife and son in 2021. Murdaugh arrived at the Colleton County Courthouse today, along with his attorneys and the prosecution. And visitors braved sub-zero temperatures to visit temple fairs in Beijing, celebrating the second day of the week-long Chinese New Year holiday. While smaller fairs have resumed in Beijing's suburbs, the famously large fairs in central Beijing remain shut, despite the government easing its stringent zero-COVID policies in December. Scott, back over to you.
Okay, Bertha, thank you. That's Bertha Coombs. Now to Bob Pisani with today's ETF Edge, marking a big anniversary, Bob.
It is, Scotty. Thank you. Welcome to the ETF Edge portion of Halftime Report. 30 years ago this week, State Street Global Advisors launched the SPDR S&P 500 ETF. The symbol is SPY, the first U.S.-based exchange-traded fund which tracked the S&P 500. It launched a revolution in indexing and low-cost investing. Today, it's the largest ETF in the world, $370 billion in assets. Also, it's the most actively traded as well. Let's talk to the man in charge of that. Rory Tobin is global head of the SPDR ETF business at State Street Global Advisors. Good to see you, Tori. This is the ETF, that launched 1,000 ships in the United States. It's still the flagship ETF out there. Why has it remained such a popular investment vehicle among even buy and hold and active traders? Everybody trades and owns this.
Listen, thank you. Great to be here, and thank you very much for those great kind words about SPY, our very first ETF. I think before I even kick into that, I just want to say a tribute to all of those who set up SPY, a small band of innovators 30 years ago. The story was this, that the fund came out of the financial market crisis of 1987. And a small bunch of people, Nick Most, Kathleen Moriarty, some who are no longer here, but they really did something truly innovative in terms of the launch of the first ETF in the US. Now $370 billion, trading $39 billion on an average day in the US. And that fund has really created a revolution in investing. What ETFs did, they really created, it was a democratic access. It gives the same investment management content to every investor, regardless of your size, and you got it at the same price. And I think that proposition became really, really powerful.
Yeah, and yet SPY has had some outflows in recent years. You've got a lot of cheaper competitors, including one of your own. Does it worry you that you're getting some outflows while some of the competitors have been getting inflows?
We'd always like to get more inflows than outflows, but I think SPY is holding its own in terms of its market share and its presence in the marketplace. SPY is very much a capital markets instrument. It's moved on from just being a buy and hold ETF. SPY is now used by a whole variety of investors, asset owners, asset managers, intermediaries, financial advisors. They choose it for liquidity on a daily basis. This fund trades at a 1 penny wide spread every single day on a $400 base. So the fund, and it has extraordinary inflows and outflows. Our largest peak day was back in the crisis of 2007, about $15 billion of inflows in one day. So that gives you real resilience and robustness, and that's also highly valued by all the option markets.
It's amazing to me to watch the ETF growth. I've been seeing this for 20 years. Do you see any break on the growth of the business? There's $7 trillion in ETFs, still $20 trillion in mutual funds. Can the ETF business overtake the mutual fund industry? Some people are now saying within 5 years that could happen.
We're starting to see trends around that, definitely. ETFs, when you think about when they first started off, it was very much around passive equities. Then it became passive fixed income. Then it was commodities. And now more recently, particularly the passage of the ETF rule in 2019, we've now seen adoption of ETFs by active managers. And you're starting to see a real trend. Last year, we had about 17% of the flows in ETFs were into active ETFs. Last year was also the second best year ever for ETF inflows, about $620 billion of new money. And think about that. That's $620 billion of new money into ETFs in a market where both equities and fixed income were down 20% year on year. So it's extraordinary inflows. Active gives you a new leg. It's both active and active equity and fixed income. And I think that is an incremental avenue of growth.
Okay, much more coming up on ETF Edge at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, Rory's going to be joined by Todd Rosenbluth, the head of research for Verify, as we expand our discussion on why indexing as a strategy has challenged active management, why ETFs as the wrapper for indexing has done so well, and it's now, as I said, challenging mutual funds as the investment vehicle of choice. That's etfedge.cnbc.com, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Scott, back to you.
All right, Bob, good stuff. Look forward to that. Thank you. Coming up, one area of the market on pace for its best month since November. A few of the big players in the group getting upgrades today. We debate the trades in our call of the day. It's next.
All right, Tesla just hanging out at the high. NVIDIA has been squeezing for the last hour and a half, 2 hours. Tesla looks like it wants to go. So does SPY at this point. All right, Tesla hanging into the highs, hanging on to the highs, Tesla. Let's go through these real quick and see who's doing what. Tesla looks good. Breakout on the daily, reversal and follow through signal on the daily time frame. Tesla bullish buy signal. AMD hanging in there. Let me see what AMD looks like. AMD. Okay, let's take a look at market net flow is flat to slightly bullish. Market net flow at the moment. Depends on the time frame. Mostly somewhat bearish, right? Neutral to bearish. Most time frames are neutral to bearish on the indices at the moment. The overall market net flow. All right, no mixed signals there. Mixed signals.
AMD near 8, Seagate a little more than 6. So Barclays goes to overweight on those three names. They say the outlook for chips is, quote, getting more positive. We underestimated the amount of money that wanted to move into semis, and we don't see the group testing October lows. So Jason Snipe, NVIDIA, okay?
Apple on a buy signal. Apple. Oops. Too much stuff on my desk. Apple.
So for me, as it relates to semis, and obviously they got punished last year, I look at NVIDIA and Qualcomm as really our barbell. You know, obviously NVIDIA has a lot more data. You know, it stands in the front of innovation. I mean, it's a beltway of innovation. Its stock is up 27% year to date. You know, it trades at 56 times earnings, but I just think there's continued runway as they continue to innovate. You know, as it relates to Qualcomm is just starting to diversify their product mix away from the handset. It trades at 12 times earnings. It's up 17% year to date. So I really like the way we're trying to play this.
Apple on a buy signal, buy dips only at this point.
So I like these
Qualcomm definitely looks good. Qualcomm. Qualcomm. Wow, these stocks look absolutely awesome. Qualcomm. Yeah, Qualcomm been on a buy signal for the last week. Following through, big breakout today on Qualcomm. Qualcomm, big breakout today. Pulling away from VWAP. And relative volume, a little bit better than last week, Friday. Daily, Qualcomm. Big move on Qualcomm. Looks good above the 200-day. Very solid move there, telling you institutions are picking up shares. It's not even 1 o'clock yet, and we're almost above last week's volume. Trading almost 7 million shares so far today. Friday was about 9 million and change. And Wednesday was about 12 million shares traded on Qualcomm. In the meanwhile, in the interim, it's pushed above its 921.50 day, and now it's above the 200-day. Qualcomm looks good for the follow-through. I just wouldn't buy it up at the high of the day. I would wait for dips.
When you actually see the result. We have like a lot of inventory though to work off, don't we, from the double and triple ordering that you suggested. Now there's a glut, not a shortage of chips. Right, and estimates have come down and valuations are kind of reflecting that. So that's why I said
All right, we continue to produce these lower highs on SPY. The trend still looks very bullish. It's just intraday. We're making lower highs and probably going to make a lower low here. We could hang out right near this 400 level. A drop below 400 would potentially be a test of the VWAP. We're looking for B and C pivots. Feels very strong, doesn't it? Tick cumulative is looking very, very strong on 4-to-1 up volume. Breadth is definitely in the bulls camp for now. Breadth. All right, let's go take a look at breadth real quick. Let me check out NIMO intraday. Google pulled back. Google. Okay. Carvana. Pushing higher. Carvana. Let's see. NIMO. Meta. Meta. Just need more volume. NIMO. Breadth. Advanced decline percent. Traveling higher today. On Friday, we reversed. Thursday was this trip down. Wednesday, Thursday, trip down. And then on Friday, we reversed. Today, we're following through. Once we get up there plus 30% again, that would be an area where we want to start thinking about taking some profits off into strength. We're above the 200-day moving average. The only index that's not above the 200-day is the NASDAQ 100. What's the comp doing? Is the comp above? It should be, right? COMPQ. NASDAQ Composite, 2,700 plus. No, it's not above the 200-day yet. So growth stocks are definitely catching up. And all the FANG stocks look good. All the growth stocks are bullish, pushing the highs. So that's good for the follow-through. The New York Stock Exchange has been above the 200 days since late October. Take that back. since late November. We retested the 50-day, then pushed. Now we're starting to launch. The 9/21 50-day have turned above the 50-day over the last several weeks and now are pointing up and to the right. Up and to the right. We got the Wilshire 5000. Wilshire 5000, an even broader measure of market participation above the 200-day. Think of this as downtrend as being broken as we push above the 200-day. Let's see what Mike has to say. Mike at Santoli.
It sort of seems like a bad news is good news. You want to have the Fed maybe being done, even as the overall level of economic activity in the here and now doesn't seem so bad. Companies are getting ahead of it, trying to defend profit margins with cost cuts. I also think it's relevant that if you look at the LEI and where the weakness is, it all continues to be in either housing, which we've known has been weak for a while, maybe it's stabilizing, and survey stuff. Consumer and business surveys are where the real weakness is, as opposed to the somewhat harder data. It doesn't mean it's not coming. It doesn't mean that we don't have to deal with a lot of the back and forth stats. I think that's where the market right now said, okay, fine, you can continue to reload on risk as people came into the year pretty offside, not owning enough, and then here we are. I don't think it's going to be this way. We rip higher into the Fed meeting. That would be very surprising. And of course, S&P coming right into that downtrend line we've been talking about for months as we speak.
Well, last week we were, almost thinking that, okay, maybe bad news was bad news. Yeah, again, because it just underscored the fact that.
All right, lower high on SPY. Looks like we're going to tick lower here. Watch SPY.
And look, we could be back there in 10 minutes in that mode. But what we don't have today is a complete buying panic in long-term treasuries that's compressing yields to the point where it gives everybody else a sense of, oh no, there's no way out of this. And so today you have yields firming higher, and maybe that's the difference so far today.
All right, I'll see you in a bit. That's Mike Santoli. He'll join us for his last word, of course, in overtime coming up. In a few hours' time, Grade by Trade is up next. You still can send us an email.
Hi, Tickler plus 800.
At cnbc.com. You can tweet us as well. We'll do it next.
The hell is that making all that freaking noise outside? You always got somebody making noise. It's those damn millennials. Those damn millennials make all that noise all the time. Just kidding. All right, so SPY's hanging tough. I'm really impressed with the price action today, above 400. Going into the evening session. Qualcomm, what a beauty. Qualcomm, what a beauty. Have you ever looked at Qualcomm lately? Just about everything is higher. Last week, let me show you something here. All right, so I ran a scan of stocks showing relative strength, trading at new highs, right? So I ran that scan, and this is what I came up with. January 22nd. Look at this list of stocks. This is insane. Look at all these stocks. They're like freaking going ballistic. This was on the weekend, all right? All right, most of these are higher. There's a few that are lower. CPRX Pharmaceuticals, some shift for payments is off just that tad. But all these stocks were making new highs. Okay, look at all. Focus on the last couple of candles. Look at how these are pushing, and then look at where price is relative to the 20 and the 50-day, the blue and the red lines. Right, all these stocks last week pushing higher. Pushing higher. Every single one of them pushing higher. Capri Holdings, that's Michael Kors and other holdings in that one. Retail doing good today. Has been doing good for the last few weeks, actually. Clean Harbors. You got a lot of diversification in different sectors, which is good. That's breadth improving. Federal Signal, FSS.
Hi, Tickler plus
Fair
800.
Isaac. I mean, so many positions moving higher. I mean, it was like 195 stocks on that scan. Then you go to the previous week. The previous week was showing the same thing. Previous week, another list of 150 stocks, all moving higher above the 921.50 day. Breadth improved. Look at Caterpillar. Caterpillar, Cirrus Logic, semiconductors. So you got like, in the last 2 weeks, we had like 350 stocks making new highs, showing relative strength. Yet a lot of people were still looking for the markets to pull back. Okay, now we're above the 200-day. SPY was above the 200-day. S&P is above the 200-day. New York Stock Exchange, Dow Jones, Industrials above the 200-day. So taken together with everything above the 200-day except the NASDAQ, and looking at University of Michigan sentiment, consumer sentiment turning higher from these Davy Jones locker lows, the cycle's turning. I don't know. It looks to me like we could see more than people expect. Here's the long-term AAII bull bear. Okay, look at the hook in this right now. That's a beauty. That is a beauty.
I give it an A. You know, obviously PayPal was punished last year, but Elliott is in there, and they're really focusing on cost cutting, margin improvement, and focus on their existing base, which I believe they could really have some room to monetize that. Also, Venmo is a juggernaut, so I like the trade.
Okay, and Stephanie Lane, finally from Lucy in California, added to my J&J position on Friday. A lot of these are recent trades, which we like. 168, graded.
Well, I like this stock, Lucy, and thanks for participating. This is just a quality company. They have a best-in-class pharma business. Their med tech business should recover as the economy recovers, and of course, they're going to spin out the consumer business later this year, much later this year. So I like it, though. The valuation is not commanding at 16 times. You get a 2.7% yield. So I would hold on to this. Be careful the quarter tomorrow. They're going to get hit by currency, but I think that too will pass as we go through this year.
Okay, all right, good stuff. Thank you, everybody. Final trades are next.
Okay, bull bear. All right, so we've gone to this extreme that even exceeded what we saw back in 1990. If you were trading back in 1990, remember that reversal after the what we had, the Russian ruble default or whatever it was. There was a currency default back in the late 80s, early 90s, and then we went off onto this 10-year bull market. The most recent turn from 2009 led to the current bull market. Okay, and we're up massively from that 750 level. 666, I believe, was the SPY low, right? 666. In 2009, we ran up and just kept going until the recent pullback. The maximum drawdown, I think, was 25%. So I think a lot of people are missing the fact that this maybe continues, and it all depends on earnings now. And earnings, inflation obviously is pulling back in, and the Fed. So earnings and the Fed are dominating my thoughts. So what happens this week will be very helpful or hindering to the bulls. Right now, all the growth stocks are definitely seeing buying action. SPY's back up to highs. So I don't know. We came into this week with 16 bullish indicators. 3 were neutral and 1 was bearish. The bearish one was related to the longer term downtrend, which is still down, but changing as we speak. As the S&P 500 closes above the 200-day this week, decisively breaking this downtrend would be huge. Okay, these boxed numbers here are the JP Morgan collar. These are the wings, 4065, and the low wing here is 3060 put, and they're along the 2630 put. We're above the 50 in the 200-day. I don't know, man. This is looking really strong. RSI is above 50.
His playbook, and Ken Squire just talked about whether this environment is ripe for activism. Obviously, with this new news today, Paul Singer's Elliott, Salesforce, everything else going on there. Let's do finals. Bryn.
Wow, nice breakout.
I'm going to stick with energy. Viper Energy, a subsidiary of Diamondback. They own mineral rights for oil and gas. Mineral rights are the lowest of capex in the industry, probably a 6 to 8% total distribution yield.
Okay, Jason Snipe.
I like Qualcomm here. They continue to diversify the product mix. They're going to work down that inventory. Stay long, Qualcomm.
Okay, yeah, part of that big call today. Joe T, since Qualcomm is in the Joe T.
Abbott Labs, a little bit of an emerging market healthcare play. I like it sitting here at 114.
Okay, GE Healthcare.
GE Healthcare, yes, a spin from GE, best in class in the business, and they have operating margin potential.
Thanks, everybody. I'll see you in the OT. Exchange is now.
Thank you very much, Scott. Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Evans, and here's what's ahead this hour. Forget all the talk about a recession ahead. It could already be here. We're going to tell you why and whether the Fed is just ignoring it or doesn't want to talk about it. PIMCO's Paul McCulley says, don't expect anything to change until Jackson Hole. That's not till August. He joins us live along with Jason Trennert and our own Steve Leisman. Speaking of which, the job cuts piling up. Spotify, the latest to shed workers. Google's cuts leaving people speechless.
Hi, ticker plus 800.
Another multi-billion-dollar bet on ChatGPT. We'll talk about all of it. And we're trying to build a 21st century economy on mid-20th century technology. That's how Congressman Jim Himes described the recent FAA debacle. We'll ask the man in charge to respond to Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. But first, let's begin with today's markets. Dom Chu here to run through all the green, Dom.
Decidedly green. Everything's so green on the screen, Kelly, right now. So it's a bit of a nice move higher for the overall stock market. The Dow Industrials are, believe it or not, the underperformer, only up about 1% right now, 308 points, 33,684. The S&P is back above 4,000, 4,028, up 56 handles, or roughly 1.5%. And to give you a context of that trading range so far today, we are near the highs. At the highs right now, up about 61 points, down 1 point at the lows. Now, the NASDAQ composite, the real standout here, 2% plus gains, 11,374, up 235 points for the composite because of real big moves higher in technology, communication services, and what's happening with consumer discretionary. That being said, one of the big thematic elements we're watching right now.
All right, SPY back. Shoot. I look away for 15 minutes, and what does the market do? Back up to the highs. All right, what a day. What a day.
The reason why it's important is you got to go all the way back to what's happening earlier this summer in June for some of these higher levels that we've seen here. So again, some interesting moves higher in Bitcoin. And by the way, a level to watch, 23,500 or thereabouts. That's the 200-day moving average for Bitcoin. Watch that. Speaking of digital payments and currencies, a group of banks, including JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and others, credit card issuers like Visa and MasterCard could all be part of a consortium that are looking to develop a digital wallet to compete with the likes of Apple Pay and PayPal. That's according to a report from the Wall Street Journal. Those names right now catching a bit of bid here. Wells Fargo's up 2%, B of A all up a pretty decent amount. And then watch this for a stock. Salesforce, another group of activists gets involved, headlined by Elliott Management. CRM shares up 3.5% right now. They've been taking a beating, Kelly. At the highs back in the fall of 2021, this was a $300 billion company. Today, it's closer to around 150, 160 billion. CRM, Salesforce, a Dow component. Back over to you.
Don, thank you very much. Now, stocks may be rallying today on hopes that the Fed will slow down the pace of rate hikes, but the latest data suggests we could already be in a recession. And if we're not already, we're getting very, very close. Take a look at this. The Conference Board's Index of Leading Economic Indicators came out this morning, 10 a.m. Eastern time, and another 1% drop just for the month of December. That was worse than expected, and it's the 10th straight monthly decline. And every time since 1959 at least that the index has dropped more than 1% year on year, a recession has hit in the subsequent months. That's according to Jim Reed over at Deutsche Bank. We just dropped 1% in a month, guys. We're down almost 7.5% year on year. You can see back here, this is not a good track record. The conference
All right.
reporting a recession is now imminent.
All right, so the leaders today on the S&P 500, AMD with the Barclays upgrade, Western Digital, Qualcomm following through. Look at these, all up more than 7% on semiconductor, MPWR, semiconductor-related electronics. Tesla up nearly 7%, NVIDIA up 6.5%. Wow, what a day.
Essentially moved from front loading the tightening process to now a bit of backfilling. But the Fed's very cognizant of what's going on, and I anticipate the Fed will stop.
NVIDIA going again. Apple squeezing. Array Technologies. They build the support structures for all those big solar farms you see. Array does that kind of work. Speaking of solars, let's take a look at the solar stocks. For solar, beautiful bounce.
And the Fed doesn't talk about leading indicators per se because they talk about the whole mosaic of data. So I would not be critical of the
50-day, 21-day. For solar, N phase, ENPH, N phase. Did dip again down to 220. N phase, SCDG, Solar Edge. Back above the 50-day, Solar Edge.
It's totally fine to say employment's strong. I get that. That's fine. You can talk until you're blue in the face about it. But what is the response to what's going on with these leading indicators? To the fact that manufacturing, if you exclude autos, has probably been in a recession since last April. If you want to throw autos in there, even industrial production the last couple months, terrible. Retail sales, terrible. I mean, across the gamut here, things are looking kind of scary.
You have to go back a little bit to the idea that they have said in the past that pain is coming, and an outlook for pain is part of the forecast. So there is some decline. How much of a decline we don't know. That is built into their forecast, which means that they will stay the course on rates despite what's happened to ISM services being extracted territory, manufacturing being extracted territory. I think the analogy of the fire ranger is the best one, which is you and I, if we went camping, we put a bucket of water on the fire. The Fed's going to pour 5 buckets of water on the fire to make sure the fire is out, which means they're going to go longer than the market expects. And they're going to stay there, I think, longer than the market expects. It may be they're on the cusp of some kind of change, but what they need is cover to duck. And the cover is going to come from the data. I asked Waller on Friday how much you need, and he said, I thought it was 3 months. Now he says it's 5 months. So I said, we're all a bit like Dorothy here in Wizard of Oz, where we keep thinking we have what we've done, the task we were assigned to do to get back to Kansas. Well, they keep giving us, we got to get a heart for the lion in order to click our heels and get back to Kansas.
All right, Jason, let me bring you in here because I'm sure you have clients who are trying to figure out whether they want equity exposure. And, again, you look at those who are more concerned that the business cycle is turning over, who would say you should be selling these rallies.
I have to say I'm one of those folks because I think that the Fed is. I think Steve is right. I might go one.
All right, Array going here. Tesla going.
I think for the past 30 years they've largely been
Tesla go time here, coming out of a squeeze.
At the same time, so going from pillar to post. But I think Steve is absolutely right, and I think Paul's right too.
All right, having a good day today.
What the Fed is telling you is that they would rather make the mistake of risking a mild recession rather than risking the stop-and-go monetary policies in the 70s, which forced the Fed to fight inflation 3 times, each at successively higher rates of inflation. And I think if we just think about what the Fed's responsibilities are, which are price stability and full employment, he'd say, well, the unemployment rate is 3.6%, claims are 190, and inflation is still over 6. So the Fed still has more to do, and that's one thing from an equity
perspective, I would argue you have to be careful because regardless of what we want, I think the Fed is telling you what it's going to do, and I don't think it's particularly positive for risk assets.
Fair enough. And by the way, this might be the one show where I'm less interested in what they will do than in what they should do. So let me.
Yeah, RBNC is on the watch list. Susie, following through, looking good on the breakout. Weekly looks good too. Multi-year breakout.
Chart showing where the Fed expected 2023 rates to be. That's the orange line. And then I have the market yield for the 2023 the June 24 contract.
Tesla's still going. Oh, this is beautiful. This is a beautiful day. Looking good.
What that shows is that the market is 70 basis points or so below where the Fed is for year end. That's 3/4 points.
Yeah, it's significant. Jason, why can't they just look at the signals here and say the market is telling us inflation remains in the long run? They have pulled back the breakout and expectations. They could stop here.
They could. I think, though, Kelly, and I would say I would be more inclined in their camp to kind of keep at it, to use Paul Volcker's term, because inflation, once established, is hard to defeat. We just passed a $1.8 trillion fiscal stimulus package. 60% of federal spending is indexed to inflation. So the cost of living adjustment to Social Security is 8.7%. The labor markets are still tight, and financial conditions are actually about as easy now as they were before the Russia-Ukraine war. So I would argue that they should be in the 5 buckets of water category. Make sure that that fire is out before they pull their punches. In many ways, we've over-earned, companies over-earned, people over-earned. Asset prices went up too much during the pandemic, and I think, unfortunately, now we might just have to take our medicine for a little while, and hopefully they can engineer a soft landing, as Paul's hoping or forecasting.
Let me turn back to you, Paul. Why do you think we're likely to avoid a recession? When you know the data better than anybody. What I just said about the index leading indicators, we're not making this stuff up. This isn't about what the bond market thinks. This is the data itself. We've never had a period like this that hasn't been followed by a recession and within a couple months' time. Why do you think this is going to be different?
The dominant thing is the labor market is still incredibly sturdy. And also, I think that a lot of the data that we're seeing leading in economic indicators, as well as what's going on in the Purchasing Manager Survey.
Netflix going. Netflix going.
As the bullwhip effect. Sure. And that we had a surge in manufacturing as everyone tried to keep up with the demand and the supply constraints. We had an inventory overhang, and now that is working itself out. So I would not extrapolate from this.
There goes Netflix squeezing and popping here. Netflix is going. All right, so you got a very shallow ABCD pattern. There goes Netflix popping now. Right through that level. It's up 19 points. 19 points. Nice volume. So that's institutions buying. Buy high, sell higher. Meta's turning. Meta.
Where the market is. Maybe it's 2, maybe it's 3, maybe it's 4. But there aren't many who are there. In fact, I know there's none, because if the market has you at 440 for the end of the year, every single Fed member is above 490.
Unless Brainerd is starting to crack.
And I will tell you one thing that just pushes a little bit against what Jason's I think earlier is this. There's nothing that tells me there's been a sufficient change in the Fed process such that I can believe they're not making the exact same mistake they made a year ago in everybody gathering around, holding hands, and kumbaya on transitory, that now they're holding hands and kumbaya on the idea that inflation is not going to go away quickly.
Yeah, leaps make a good idea. Whenever you've got VIX at these low levels, at 19 for a prolonged period of time, the idea being once VIX does start to turn, you're paying lower IV costs on leap positions for something like SPY or whatever further out in time for leaps. Leastar does that a lot. If you have more questions about Leap options trades, maybe DM Leastar. He can bring you in line. Netflix still going here. I have no position in Netflix right now. Intraday. Wow. Nice.
They're going to make the mistake of being too tight. I think they usually do, and it seems likely that's what's going to happen.
I just love how we're all so resilient. Because they're going to be too tight. Well, do they have to be? If everyone comes out and says something different, do we have a chance? If we all join hands and we sing Kumbaya, maybe do we have a chance? Paul McCulley, quick last word from you.
Gosh.
I think the Fed is being successful. I think they got caught on the back foot with respect to the inflation after the pandemic. They exaggerated the transitory aspects of it. But in the fullness of time, this is turning out to be a lot of transitory inflation. It's not immaculately transitory. They had to tighten 400 odd basis points, but we are seeing the unwind of what happened in the pandemic, and we're also seeing a very strong labor market. There's a lot to be optimistic about this economy.
We'll leave it there.
Yes.
By the way, Steve, are we in the quiet period now before
Yeah,
the meeting?
blackout period started, I think, this morning.
So that's it. We're not going to, if there's going to be any change in course, we'll have to rely on you or others.
No. What's really interesting is there is data between now and then.
True.
And so now we got to process it through the reaction function of how we think the Fed would react. They're going 25, and the question is, do they guide us to another 25? The small possibility that they might be done after this thing,
right?
Especially if the data continues to go south.
And the markets are jumping ahead, like you said. We'll leave it there, everybody. Thank you so much. Steve Leisman, Jason Trenner, and Paul McCulley. Still ahead, China's COVID surge casting a shadow over the Lunar New Year travel rush. We'll ask Morgan Stanley's former Asia chair, Stephen Roach, about the country's new policy. Plus, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg will join us with his reaction to the FAA's debacle and the future of infrastructure funding. But first, three big names reporting results before the bell tomorrow as earnings season is off to a rocky start. We have the action, the story, and those trades next in Earnings Exchange. And as we head to break, here's another quick look at the markets where the Dow's still up 320 points. The NASDAQ leading the way as it has all month. The exchange is back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
All right, back up to the highs. I'm speechless. Great strength. Thinking about I can't get Rob out of my head. Rob would be DMing me about now. Kind of like what Russell does. Show me the profits for the day. He occasionally would have some big losses too, but he always made up for the losses. Wasn't afraid to trade big. We're talking 1,500 shares of Tesla, or he'd do 200 option contracts. Big trades. Yeah, I miss that guy. Gonna miss him a lot, unfortunately. He's gone. You know, you think about it, when you've had somebody, I don't want to be morbid, but when you think about people that have passed recently that may be close to you, whether it's your parents or close friend, it's bizarre. You know, we're all going to go someday. I don't want to be so old that I'm decrepit and, the whole thing with people taking care of your, when you get too old, wearing diapers. You don't want to ever get to that point. Just shoot me in the head if I ever get like that. But, man, what a great guy. I'm going to miss you, man. Going to miss him. I was really upset on Friday when I heard that. It kind of hit me like a punch in the gut. You know, the thing is, we're all part of a family. The trading room, it's not just about making money, although that's a good part of it. Of course, you wouldn't be here if you weren't making money. But, it's like an extended family. It is an extended family. Make jokes. share ideas, share what we're doing in social, the social channel, what we're drinking, if you're talking about Cayman, what you're drinking or cooking, if you're talking Mondo. So when a member that's been here for many years leaves us for better places, hard to forget. All right, we're starting to break higher now. We're about to take out 401. Steve Hammer talking about 405. Steve Hammer talking about 405. So that's possible on the next. I'm gonna take some options here on SPY. SPY looks like we're gonna go SPY. It looks like we're gonna go. Looks like we're gonna go SPY. Wow, this is impressive. Impressive price action. Okay, we just went on a buy signal on a daily time frame. We've been flirting around with the daily. Daily just went on a buy signal, SPY.
Absolutely. There's that 1% dividend yield you referenced. Boris, what do you think about Halliburton?
What I do on the quarterly, I am very bullish Halliburton. Of all the three stocks we're going to talk about today, this one has, I think, the strongest chance for upside, simply because it's really a secular bull story here. There's a massive resurgence of energy exploration because governments across the world, I think, have changed policy away from just being purely green to understanding that energy now is as much a matter of national security as it's a matter of economic strength. And therefore, I think you're going to see for the next 2 or 3 years very strong flows into the energy sector. Halliburton is the primary beneficiary of that. So you got to love it just on a longer term basis, regardless of what kind of bumps in the roads they have on a quarterly basis.
Why? So would you be bullish on energy, Boris, even if the U.S. economy slows or is slowing quite significantly this year?
Well, as I said, you're going to have perhaps some cyclical slowdowns, but regardless, the longer-term investments into energy exploration are going to go, and it's not a story just here. It's going to be a story across the world. Plus, we really don't know, if China does come back online, the decline in U.S. demand could be offset by uptake in Chinese demand. So, to me, I think it's just a sort of a longer-term secular bull story as energy is now becoming, as I said, a matter of national security rather than just simply an economic good. And therefore, Halliburton really is the primary player in this space that helps countries all across the world do much better energy exploration.
Oh, sure. And everything you said about the China offset, we'll explore more later on, where people are really looking to that potential. Pippa, for now, thank you. Our Pippa Stevens. Let's turn now to the home building sector. Housing, everybody knows what a problem this has been. To take the sector as a whole, we've been largely range-bound over the past year, which is kind of impressive considering the collapse we've had in home sales and falling prices as well. We turn to
SPY pulling back in a little bit now.
Diana? Well, Kelly, in this report, I think we have to be laser focused on mortgage rates because remember, in this recent run up in rates, the peak was at the end of October when the 30-year fix went over 7%. Then throughout November and December, that rate came steadily down and sharply down in December. So that's going to be factored into this quarterly report, especially. We want to see the commentary on that. And remember,
all right, SPY, looking for big blocks today. Largest blocks are 500,000 on SPY at 401.65. That was at the bid, 401.65 at the bid. So above 401.65, I'd be bullish. Below 401, I'd be bearish.
One more thing I think we have to watch is cancellation rates. They have been sky high recently for the builders. Are they starting to come down now as mortgage rates come back? All factors to watch, Kelly. And Boris, you're not necessarily jumping onto this trade. I mean, the sector's made a big move off of those October lows Diana was talking about.
That's really the reason why I'm so hesitant. It's not that I don't like this.
That's the wrong screen for SPY. That was Netflix. Where is SPY? There's SPY. Okay, here's SPY.
Just to grab market shares. If you're a long-term investor, I think it's a very strong story. It's just that the stock has bounced so much off the November lows that I think it's gotten a little bit too far ahead of itself. Yes, mortgage rates have come down, but we still have the Fed that is tightening. You just guys talked about the fact that the Fed may tighten too much, and that's obviously hangs over DH Horton, I think, as far as demand goes forward. I love the stock sort of long term. I think it's probably a much better candidate as a put sale. You can sell the 95s 3 months out and get a very decent cost entry position, and if they expire worthless, you get like 20% annualized return. So to me, it's sort of a safer bet to maybe do that rather than just simply buy the
All right. So SPY on a buy signal on the daily now too. So 15, 60-minute, 4-hour, and the daily are all on buy signals.
The problem with home building stocks is you really can't look at them in valuation. They trade much more momentum and sentiment than valuation. So you can't, you have to take that much more into account than the valuation.
All right, there it is on your screens. Thank you both. We appreciate it. For us, stick around, Diana. We'll let you go as we turn our attention to Johnson & Johnson. CEO made some cautious comments about the macro outlook just a week ago. So should we be braced for more bad news? Meg Terrell has more. Hi, Meg.
Hey, Kelly. Well, those comments which were made at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference really caught the attention of a lot of analysts, and there is a debate going about where J&J
Is that Trading View? Yeah, cool.
because of that cautious outlook that the CEO Joaquin Duato really outlined in terms of things like inflation, pricing pressure, things going on in China in terms of COVID and their drug pricing policies, austerity measures in Europe, all of that. So we're really going to be watching the 2023 guidance very closely. Of course, the company is also in the midst of spinning off its consumer unit. That's all those well-known brands like Listerine and Tylenol and Band-Aids. What's going to remain are medical devices and the pharmaceuticals unit. Those are expected to continue to see pretty good growth, continued recovery for medical devices from when people were not getting these procedures done during the pandemic. Pharma expected to do well. Closely watched will be the COVID vaccine. The commentary around that is J&J has largely de-emphasized it, and there's been reports they've stopped manufacturing it or at least cut that back significantly. So that'll be something to watch really closely as well. And then finally, we did mention that consumer unit. They are spinning that out, but there have been all those shortages of things like Tylenol and Motrin. So what's happening with that business now as the flu season and RSV and COVID have all come at the same time and made that really challenging?
Exactly. Boris, on that note, do you think they're exposed to segments of the market you want to be in? Or
Nice move there, Mondo. Nice job.
I think they're a dividend aristocrat. Their long-term market share is great. Their businesses are essentially recession-proof. So long-term J&J looks very strong, but there is this big sort of Damocles that holds that it hangs around them because of liability of the baby powder lawsuits. They've sort of tried to spin away those liabilities by using a Texas law and put all those liabilities into an entity that they capitalize at $2 billion. But of course, the plaintiffs are after their balance sheet, which has $25 billion worth of cash on hand. So I think the problem here is that there's existential risk as far as where the bankruptcy courts are going to decide if they're going to allow them to do what they just did, in which case then the lawsuit risk goes away, or if they nullify that, then I think you're going to have a much stronger, possibly much higher volatility move in J&J. So to me, that's the risk here.
Great.
Longer term, investors need to be aware of.
I feel prepared for the morning. I don't know if should we be braced for us? What letter grade
Nice.
earnings season so
Nice,
far?
nice. Good work there, LA.
Yeah.
Let's give it a B minus. Better improvement.
It's a C student, but you're giving him a break because it's early. I know how that goes. Yeah. We'll leave it there. Thank you both very much.
SPY, the 15 minutes of recycling now. SPY looking for that follow through. SPY. Follow through signal. We're looking for a breakout. There goes SPY. Nice job. Whoa, what a day. What a day. Lee Star, can you post Steve's comment? Thank you. All right, SPY going. Nice move. Nice move. Very, very nice. Oh, did you? Okay. Okay. All right, SPY breaking higher.
Welcome back to the exchange. NASDAQ has been storming back this month, up about 7%. Tack on 2.25%.
Meta back to the highs.
Session highs pretty much for the markets right now.
Netflix, Nvidia.
Dow's up 336.
Nvidia, nice follow through. Tesla still going. Tesla.
Let's get to Tyler Matheson now for a CNBC News update. Hi, Tyler.
Kelly, thank you very much. Here's what's happening at this hour. First, sanctions violation.
Netflix looks like it wants to go. More.
Former high-level FBI agent Charles McGonigal oversaw investigations of Russian oligarchs. He's been charged now with helping sanctioned oligarch Oleg Deripaska money laundering and also hiding a $225,000 payment from a foreign official while still at the FBI. In Pakistan, an attempt to save fuel has left most of the country without power. Engineers
Nvidia going. Jesus. Nvidia.
Power has been restored in some areas, but outages remain in many cities more than 12 hours.
There goes Nvidia. Look at this crazy move on Nvidia. Nvidia blasting higher. Look at that move. Once we got through 187, next level is 203 and 196. Wow, very nice. Tesla. Okay, SPY. Okay, looking for a follow through. Tomorrow, SPY. Very nice. Okay, SPY still grinding higher. Nice work in here. Yeah, exactly. All the ATRs maxed out. All the ATRs are maxed out. Now that can happen with expansion days, but you're taking a lot of risk to try to eke out any more this today. Just estimating. Most of these stocks have filled out 100% of their ATRs. Doesn't mean they can't follow through. It's just probabilities of buying the highs here. I would not buy the highs. What's Taiwan Semi doing? Tesla's up $10, 8% on the day. $11. Tesla's up 11. Haven't seen one of those days in a while.
Welcome back. While we're seeing signs that inflation here in the U.S. is cooling, it feels a bit when you look over at China. The Wall Street Journal reporting that while Chinese consumers were in lockdown, they saved more than $2 trillion, which can now fuel pent-up spending demand. And costs are already rising. Hotel rates have jumped as people start to travel. Food prices were up nearly.
All right, so the oil and gas names like Oxy, nice gap up. Phillips 66 from the watch list. Phillips 66, nice follow through. Chevron, Doji, Dino. Looking for a little doji on Dino. Got a spending top instead. All right, I'm looking for Dino to come back. I like Dino for a move up to 66, but I'm looking for a little dip over the next couple of days for better entry. If you took it on Thursday when Astro mentioned it, and a few other people were in it as well. Dino looking for a follow through. HF Sinclair.
Chinese consumption is less than 40% of its GDP. In the U.S., the number is closer to 70. Chinese consumers didn't get stimulus checks like we did in the U.S., and their biggest asset is the home, where there's significant downward pressure on housing prices, and that was not a factor in the post-lockdown snapback of the U.S. So sure, the economy is going to come back as they move out of this post-zero COVID policy, which was absurd from the get-go. But it's probably going to be a more limited snapback than they and the markets seem to believe right now.
Is it a help or a hindrance for the U.S. economy? Because even for businesses, and we're already hearing investors looking for companies whose China exposure can offset their U.S. weakness, but the probably overarching concern is about profit margins. And explain how you think this kind of reopening will cause maybe near-term inflation, longer-term deflation. What is the dynamic exactly that we should expect?
Well, again,
Tesla going again. Tesla coming out of another squeeze.
The conclusion is going to be that the China snapback is going to be positive for global growth when other economies are going the other way, and that will cushion what might otherwise be a global recession.
Tesla coming out of another squeeze. Look at this damn thing is going. Look at the squeeze on Tesla. Man, that's a massive move today. Tesla squeezing again and breaking out. Squeeze, grind. Let's see. What's that, the 5-minute chart? All right, squeeze on the 5-minute. Bollinger Band's opening up again. It's running the upper bands. We're going to hit 150 today at this rate. NVIDIA going. NVIDIA's going. I am not going to chase here, but these look really good, strong. Looks like institutional buying.
In the depths of the financial crisis. So don't count on China to be the savior of the global economy like it was in the aftermath of the global financial crisis.
And I apologize if I missed this, but have you turned into more of a bear on China then?
I am definitely more concerned about China than I've ever been in the 25 years that I have been following China, and for most of that period,
Institutions are active. Big change in the character, judging by the persistent blocks that I'm seeing trade. Persistent blocks being traded. Tick cumulative is rising. Tick cumulative is rising. SPY 395, 401.80. Tons of blocks, block trades.
If they sort of resort to any possible last measures here, as I expect the chairman to do, right? I mean, he still has to have a growing economy in order to fund the military and all the rest of it. So what other options and levers does he have?
Well, that's the beauty of a state-directed system. He's got plenty of levers of state control that he can pull. He's pulling right now with respect to investment spending and reversing course in some of the restrictive moves he's made in the property sector. And the biggest short-term one is the one we've discussed, abandoning this zero COVID policy. So, the state has lots of levers to pull, but the state ultimately can't unwind the demographic pressures, which are very real. I mean, the working age population has been shrinking since 2015, and the state is complicating the productivity offset that would normally be helpful in reversing the demographic pressures.
Quick final word then. I'm an investor thinking through this. What sectors do I want to be or not want to be exposed to then in China right now?
Well, look, technology is the one that's been focused on. It's been beaten down, and now it's bouncing off the bottom as the government's trying to sort of spin the idea that they're walking back these regulatory pressures. I don't buy it for a second. I mean, take ride sharing. The state is now introducing a new state-owned enterprise that will take the place of Didi, and they're still restricting a lot of the activities like video, streaming and gaming and music. And so I think that sector is still under trouble. Healthcare, they need that. All the safety net areas, I think, would be still long-term positive for China.
Very interesting, especially for people who have bid up K-Web, for instance, on hopes of reopening. Stephen Roach, thanks as always for your time. We appreciate it today.
Thank you very much. Good to talk to you.
Yale University. Still ahead, the tech reckoning continues with Alphabet, the latest mega cap to cut jobs. We'll dig into that and how those layoffs could play into the fight for AI dominance. That's next.
All righty. All right, so it's pretty obvious institutions are active today. We've got a lot of blocks. A lot of blocks at the bid. The red color is at the bid. The green color is at the ask. Most of these are at the bid, and as we're rising, you'll notice if the chart that I posted, as we're rising, big blocks are coming through, and we're pushing above those blocks as we push higher. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. SPY still going here. Still on a buy. Tesla kicking ass. Sorry, Mr. FCC or Mrs. FCC. Wow, what a day. Everything is still going on. Autopilot still pushing higher. SPY going there. Nice, 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 nice. NVIDIA. SPY. Beautiful day. Thank you, Rob. Up there in heaven, I'm sure. All right, look at that little hook in the lower Bollinger Band. Was opening up, now it's turned. See if this grinds up to 405. Mm-hmm. Citadel made $16 billion in profits for our clients last year during the bear market. Citadel, $16 billion. Wow. Tesla continues to push higher. High.
Continue to pile up with Spotify announcing they'll lay off 6% of the workforce. This after Google parent Alphabet revealed its plans to lay off 12,000 workers on Friday, and they're under scrutiny for how they went about informing employees they were out of a job. CNBC.com tech reporter Jennifer Elias spoke to some of those Google workers over the weekend who told her they were locked out of company properties and provided very few details. Now, in all of this,
Oh man, people have been laid off through the centuries. Follow the moolah. Yeah. I'll still be taking some profits off in the strength. We got plenty of time, more than 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. A lot of stocks are ripping higher. It's your opportunity to take some off into strength. NVIDIA high of the day, Tesla high of the day, SPY high of the day. Wow, nice move on SPY. Pretty much only hearing Woody today. You hear Woody in the background. Bears are complaining on StockTwits. Still pushing higher.
Yeah, it's not just them. When Meta did their layoffs, they had to hire consultants because they basically never had to do massive layoffs before and figure out this. Well, I guess we go back over old performance reviews. I mean, these cultures are not well equipped, I guess, to deal with these downsizings. Coinbase, you hear that they're just literally almost at random choosing who's going to leave, and you wonder about the productivity. Twitter just burned down, yeah. And you do wonder how these companies are going to emerge after these layoffs and whether they're done yet.
Whether they're done yet, that's the real big question. And also, of course, how much Apple are they going to be the next one? But let's talk about what they're still investing. So we get this $10 billion announcement, report $10 billion announcement yesterday, ChatGPT. I'll go back to what Pinko said. It was a second act, like your comment of Google ads. Google has yet to find its second act. It is still a search and advertising company. They need to grow, therefore stuffing more ads. Every time you search, you have to scroll a long time to get to those organic results. Does ChatGPT, solve that problem for them? I don't know. Maybe it makes Google search more better. I would also point out, what you could say this year. I'm going to guess, you could correct me.
All right, SPY at the high, some profit taking at the highs.
And if they do that, they have such a horrible track record at that event, announcing cool new things like whiz-bang features that you think are going to change the world. They never materialize. So I have a heavy dose of skepticism going in. If they do come up with these rival features, are they ever going to launch?
All right, SPY pulling back a bit. A little profit taking. Do, do, do. Mm-hmm. Or just watching this little profit taking at the highs. All right, low profit taking, looking for a bounce and a follow through. Okay. Market net flow turned a little bit more bullish. On all the time frames, market net flow turned a bit more bullish. Except for 30 days out, that's still a little bit more bearish. Nvidia is still going.
simple but tricky. First of all, there's a contractual mechanism that's meant to facilitate a termination of the structure.
Meta pulling back a bit more.
2024. But also, we think there are over 2 billion expense synergies as well as revenue synergy opportunities in getting Disney complete control of Hulu. It'll be very hard for Disney to take advantage of those opportunities so long as Comcast is getting 32% of the benefit.
This will be Bob Iger's biggest way of making his mark upon his return. Having to make this decision about whether sports are core or non-core is a huge one. Which way do you think he's going to go?
Well, it's interesting. One pushback on my proposed deal. Sports is the most stable audience on television. Allow Disney to exit that market. But
Take more profits off the table. Looks like the high of the day for now.
And so while the pie is growing, the slice of the pie available to Disney is shrinking. And Disney has a lot on its hands. And so sure, in a perfect world, it could keep a foothold in sports. But this world isn't perfect, and Disney is facing a lot of hard choices.
Exactly. And again, this will be the day that just months into his return, Bob Iger having to make as substantive decision as possible about the identity this will take. Peter, we'll leave it there for now. We'll bring you back, though, because it's just the tip of what is going to be a very, very interesting year. Comcast, of course, being our parent company. Peter Supino joining me from Wolf Research. Next on Power Lunch, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. He'll join Tyler and us and me live from San Francisco to discuss the government's $400 million investment in the Golden Gate Bridge. Stay with us.
All right. Profit taking from the high of the day. Pretty much everything is traded out 100% of its ATR, so I'm not in any hurry to do anything. We had a great morning and even better lunchtime through late evening. We're coming into the 2 o'clock hour. So as far as day trades are concerned, just taking a break, taking profits into strength. We'll look for some more positions, some more day trade setups tomorrow. The FANG stocks all traded well today. Swing positions, we could see more follow through. Tesla trending going into earnings on Wednesday after the close. Qualcomm up, looking for that trend to continue. Netflix, Apple, Meta, Google, although they're at the high of the day, they should continue looking very strong. All right, so I'm just going to sit back and stretch a little bit. Out of SPY, don't have any positions there.
Low tick alert -800.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Power Lunch. Along with Kelly Evans, I'm Tyler Mathisen. Glad you could join us. China coming up today, reopening there, having a huge impact on the global economy. The surge in Chinese demand sent prices
to fuel optimism. HSBC is recommending names beyond the Alibabas and Baidus of the world, pointing to names like Yum China, Budweiser, and Lending, which is a sportswear company, as more consumers start to travel. And according to Goldman Sachs, hedge funds have been adding more Chinese stocks to their portfolio, and that is reflected in the MSCI and FXI ETFs, both of these hitting new highs today. Emerging market fund managers are also increasing their China exposure. So far, about 1/3 of emerging market ETFs have Chinese stocks in them. That is down from the 40% peak hit back in 2020. Now, even with the run-up we've seen in Chinese names, Kevin Carter, the CIO of Emerging Markets Internet ETF, points out that China is still trading at 12 times earnings. So that's cheaper than the NASDAQ, which is trading at 22 times earnings, and cheaper than the global MSCI ETF, which is trading at 15 times. Kelly.
Great point, Stephen. Now, China's reopening. The question is, will it slow companies like Apple from actually moving their supply chains away to try, to places like India?
So far, that doesn't seem to be the case. In fact, a prominent minister from India was quoted today saying that Apple is looking to increase its market share across the country from 5% to 25%. So it's sort of creating this rat race between these two Asian rivals, India and China. So we'll see how this plays out.
All right, Seema, thanks very much. Seema Modi reporting. It's been 3 years since China experienced a fully unrestricted Lunar New Year celebration, and now that the Communist Party has jettisoned its zero-COVID policy.
The other thing about this SPY pullback is that it's presenting some potential entries.
According to the Ministry of Travel, more than 2 billion passenger trips forecasted for the month, while domestic flights are running at 80% of pre-pandemic capacity. Nextcast says the travel boom does not mean China is fully reopened or back, and that 2023 could be a struggle of a year for the world's second largest economy. More, let's bring in Dennis Unkovic, partner at Meyer, Unkovic and Scott, and a long-time expert on China. Dennis, welcome back. Is there the possibility, under the relaxed COVID plans of Xi Jinping, that this Chinese New Year could be a super spreader event that could hobble the Chinese economy?
I believe it is a super spreader event. If you take New Year's, Easter, Hanukkah, Labor Day, put them all together, this is the biggest time in which the get together as a family. And I think you're going to see essentially between 400 and 600 million Chinese.
All right, this dip is getting bought.
When COVID started in Wuhan. And so I'm really very worried about the fact that so many of these projections that you're putting up there saying China's back, everything's healthy, don't worry. Because when you look at the statistics, I'm concerned.
Well, can you believe the statistics? Number one, on COVID, can you believe the case counts that the Chinese are putting out? They said they had no deaths, or 500 deaths, or 50 deaths, or whatever it was. And now they're saying that in the first month of the reopening, or the ending of the zero COVID policy, they had 60,000. Can we even believe that?
Well, I saw the same statistics, like 59,938. But there are some independent folks out there who are saying that the number of deaths in this period was 600,000, or about 10 times as much. The problem with the Chinese, I don't know whether the statistics, there isn't a lot of transparency there. And that's always been a problem. Years ago, when China, Xi Jinping said, we want China to...
Bear flags on SPY.
...per year, when he went down to the provinces at the end of the year, they always grew 6 to 8%. So frankly, I don't...
All right, so far we've come a long way. We're up 5.5 on SPY, 50 handles on the S&P, 55 handles. So looking for this pullback to maybe come back in a little bit more, retest the breakout level at 400, 4,000.
Last hour, obviously he's been China for years. He said he's more concerned about it than he's been in 25
grew last year at their figures at 3%. I think it was less. They projected in 2022 that it was going to be 5.5%. And so it's like a daisy. It's sort of like Bill Murray in Groundhog Day. You know, you keep repeating again and again. Well, they really have to jumpstart the Chinese economy, and this is one of the ways they're going to do it. And I think they don't keep how many people who are sick or will be affected.
So let's the bottom line, Dennis, in terms of investability in China. We began the segment by talking about people seeing promise in some of the companies in China, some of the funds, some of the ETFs. Are you saying basically that you just don't believe it? It's BS and you should stay away from China? If I was a retail investor in Delray, Florida.
All right, Spy, pulling back some more.
Facts that I can depend a decision on, I step back. And so my answer to you is no, I don't think I'd be a big investor in China now. The earlier person right before me talked about how the growth in Apple is going to go from 5 to 25% in India. That's what major companies are doing around the world. They're not leaving China in droves, but they're saying, am I going to make a major investment there? Is this going to be my future? I think the answer is probably not.
All right, Dennis, thank you very much. As always, good to see you. Thank you.
More fade coming in. All these stocks with ATR plus 100%.
Let's get back to the U.S. economy. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg in San Francisco today at the Golden Gate Bridge announcing a $400 million grant to upgrade the landmark and make the structure earthquake-proof. Secretary Buttigieg joins us now to discuss that and where else money from the infrastructure bill will be heading. It's great to see you. Welcome. And first of all, why this landmark? What is the significance as far as our audience, particularly the investing public, is concerned here? What is the message you were trying to convey?
Well, the Golden Gate Bridge is incredibly significant, not just, of course, because of its iconic status and its symbolic meaning, but also because of the very real and very important role that it plays moving people and goods around this area. Not only do something like 37 million passenger vehicles go over this bridge every year, but also over 500,000 freight trucks serving key elements in our supply chains, like the link to waterborne freight at the port of Oakland. So keeping it in good shape is a matter not just of regional interest, but really of national interest. Now, just over 3 decades ago, there was the Loma Prieta earthquake. Golden Gate Bridge stood strong, but the analysis afterwards made it very clear that if a comparable earthquake were to strike nearer to the heart of San Francisco, this bridge would be at risk. So it's going through a seismic retrofit. We're committing $400 million to help strengthen it and put it in a position to better withstand those kinds of threats. There's a lot of talk about resilience right now in our economy, certainly in California with what they've been through. Part of that's dealing with climate effects, but part of it is the seismic side. Whenever we can strengthen a key part of American infrastructure, of course, that's a big part of what President Biden's infrastructure package is all about.
Mr. Secretary, the infrastructure package is seeing on our screen.
Let the dips come now. Let the dips come.
I'm wondering, simply put, how do you choose which bridges,
All right, so we're going to get a nice re-entry if that's what you're interested in.
Sensitive areas, Ohio, and so forth. So how do you decide which bridges, which tunnels, which roadways get the money?
Okay, so one of the things that Rob used to talk about all the time is that he would use stochastic to buy, also used it to sell. When we got oversold down below 20, you'd be looking for a push higher. You can see how on Friday we were oversold down here, which is what we're looking for right now. We get oversold, that would be a good area to start looking for a buy around 130. On Friday, had a nice follow through in a push higher on Tesla. So overbought, looking for this to dip a little bit more. SPY coming back now. So your ATR, stochastic's oversold again. So this is starting to set up like it did on Friday. Coming into Friday, we had this oversold condition. This has been a pretty big move today.
So we're making sure, whether talking about big projects like this or smaller communities, that every part of America sees the benefit. Because frankly, every part of America has a need.
And Mr. Secretary, where are we speaking of infrastructure? It's less visible, but obviously what happened in the skies the last couple months still has people uneasy. Can you give us an update?
Well, that's right. And there's several things we're looking at here. The first, of course, is to maintain the safety record of our aviation system. That's one of the reasons why FAA is very conservative. For example, that morning when this disruption happened, made the conservative step of pausing flights until they can be absolutely 100% sure that the system was operating the way it should. This is a system that is actually in the middle of a multi-year, multi-million-dollar upgrade. As you can imagine, I'm interested in what we can do to speed up the completion date of that project that's been underway for many years. And I think that's going to be one of many hot topics as we enter the FAA reauthorization. This is the year for us to work with Congress on legislation that's going to shape the next 5+ years of aviation policy in this country, and really welcoming the conversation with our congressional partners on how to get the right funding to the right places so that we can have a robust system, knowing that there is an enormous amount of change and an enormous amount of demand.
All right, we're oversold again on SPY. Stowe is down here at the low. Be nice to see a run back up to the high.
Do we expect any of this to be caught up in there? It sounds like something like modernizing FAA infrastructure should be relatively straightforward, but this is a year in which nothing's going to get through without a fight, and the priorities better be pretty clear. And so I don't know how many more conversations.
Yeah, it looks like we could get a sell signal here on SPY. Follow through sell signal.
The roads, the bridges, the aviation systems, they don't care about Republican, Democrat fights going on in Washington. The president has been very clear. The administration has been very clear about our priorities. We've been very clear that, especially as we see some of these strange threats and claims being made by congressional Republicans, that can't get in the way of the day-to-day work, the blocking and tackling, and keeping things moving in this country. We have the funding for this infrastructure bill. We're working the plan. The less drama and the more
395.80, 395.98. A couple of blocks coming through. 395.98.
Yes, you do.
By the way, what's moving on the NASDAQ as the index gains 2% today? We'll have the full list of those names coming up, and Tesla reporting results this week. So much to discuss on this front. We've got
It was a big move today. Big move today.
We'll talk about that coming up. Stay with us.
About 2 to 3 times normal, 2 to 3 times what I was expecting for today in terms of profits. So I'm going to go ahead and just take it easy. Let's see what happens in the next half an hour or so. VIX at the high of the day. Wait for VIX to turn. if you're thinking about a trade. Google at the lows here. Google looking interesting. A lot of profits off today. Into strength, you should be taking a lot of profits off into strength. If we get a nice follow through tomorrow, that would be a good sign, but you should be doing very well on the day. Not chasing, looking for B and C pivots at this point. Looking for B and C pivots. Looks like it might push now. Still moving lower.
Welcome back, everybody. The NASDAQ jumping another 2% today, continuing a strong run this month. Let's go to Frank Holland for a look at what's working. Frank?
Right there, Kelly. Investors are partying like it's 1999. As you mentioned, the NASDAQ on pace for its best January performance since 1999. And today it's hitting fuel by mega cap tech as it has been all year long. We're seeing Apple, Nvidia, and Tesla 31% year to date. All these three stocks have the biggest positive impact on the tech heavy index. Also,
VIX starting to roll over a little bit.
We also want to see Intel reporting later on this week. That's also helping. Those comments helping high growth EV names like Rivian and Lucid. Important to note, despite today's double-digit rally by Rivian, shares are still in the red year to date. Microsoft also getting a boost in NASDAQ, announcing its multi-billion-dollar investment in ChatGPT ahead of its earnings after the bell tomorrow. You're seeing the performance of these three companies, all called hyperscalers. They're cloud infrastructure players.
All right, so nice move here through this trend line, through the 200-day. A close up here would be awesome. 5-minute charts are oversold right now, looking for a pop.
Manager Ken Griffin turning in a record profit. Details on that when Power.
All right, what a nice day today. I hope everyone's having a good day. Okay, looks like a bear flag right now. Bear flag. Watching VIX. VIX is pushing a bit higher. VIX at the high. All right, looking for this reverse. Looking for a reverse here. If we can get VIX to drop off. Okay, the dollar is still bouncing around at the lows of the day. The 10-year is trying to turn over at 3.52%. VIX is at 1990. VIX at 1990 needs to roll over. Tesla still looking very strong. Tesla. All right, still looks like a fade on SPY. SPY still looks like a fade.
Semiconductor stocks have been a real leadership group. They're up 12, 13% for the month. And so some of the big names got an upgrade today over at Barclays. So AMD is moving to the upside nicely. Qualcomm, Seagate has also got an upgrade over at Barclays. That's moved to the upside. Skyworks Solution, boy, 109, that's the highest. And so going back many months, July, August or so for Skyworks there. We also have some new highs in some of the China plays. Of course, Winds at a new high. Las Vegas Sands, stuff very close within a 0.1% or so. Ulta Beauty, KLA Tencor also in the 70s. Then there is the oil stocks. Oil's at 82. It's been creeping up. Stuff that is just near a new high within a fraction of a percentage point of hitting new highs here, like Hess, ExxonMobil, and some of the refiners like Valero Energy and Marathon Petroleum. I'll tell you what the big thing is, though. Everybody's gotten quite excited. The technical analysts out there. Beginning to break a downtrend in the S&P 500. What's a downtrend? Downtrend is lower lows and lower highs. And that is a one-year chart you're looking at. The highs January 4th, 2022. It's been a downtrend. We're now breaking out of that. It depends on who you ask, whether or not we're there. But essentially,
All right, SPY is still breaking down a bit.
4,050 level.
This is Camber Energy that Mondo's looking at.
Particularly when people are unsure of the macro environment and trading on fundamentals, they trade more and talk much more about technical analysis. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. Kelly,
I have come to appreciate that. It's absolutely true, Bob. Thank you. Let's check the bond market right now. Yields rising along with stocks today, so that's kind of interesting. The 10-year back.
All right, more fade coming into the markets.
Decidedly break below that number. Speaking of technicals, anyway, the focus is next week's Fed meeting. The key number before then is this Friday, the PCE, the personal consumption expenditures, spending, its income targets, the Fed's preferred inflation measure.
More downside. Giving more back today. Back to the 401 level.
Then we have shorts covering their positions. There was a lot of short sellers coming into the market given the surge in temperatures at the start of January. And then finally, the contract does roll in a few days. So we tend to see more volatility around expiration. But since we are in earnings season, I did want to focus on energy earnings and how the outlook looks there. And according to data from FactSet, the reality is that they probably peaked back in Q2, earning about $62.5 billion. They then came down in Q3, and for Q4, estimates are calling for about $48 billion. So that is meaningfully lower than the prior 2 quarters. But if we do take a step back and look longer term, you can see that that is still well above where we were prior to the pandemic. And now Wall Street's kind of thinking that we'll stabilize with earnings around the $45 billion mark for all of the quarters this year. So you got to wonder, is that
All right, back to 401. VIX at the high of the day.
Everyone is talking about their electric bills, their gas bills, their heating bills this winter. And it's ironic because you and I the last couple of weeks have been talking about nat gas prices at these very low levels, but everybody's bills are at way highs. How big is the lag, do you think? Is relief coming if we stay at current prices for people who are paying what I assume must be rates that were set 6 months ago when prices were spiking higher?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely dependent on where you live and how the bills work there. But, it also depends on things like hedging. And so it's really hard to make those predictions. But I think, any relief is relative since it is, they have come down a lot, but it's still higher than last year. So that's probably still going to be a pressure. And now there are all these calls that we have to upgrade our grid, and that takes spending by utilities. So they could get, the green light for rate increases. lot. The utility sector is so complicated. How those are passing on to consumers is very, very important.
It takes a while, but then it hits, right?
Yeah,
Like a punch in the
absolutely
gut. Yeah, but thanks for that. Let's get to Bertha Coombs now for our CNBC News Update. Bertha?
Hi, Kelly. Here's what's happening at this hour. The suspect in this weekend's dance hall shooting may have been targeting his ex-wife. According to the mayor of Monterey Park, California, 10 people were killed and another 10 injured in that attack. Police are still investigating and have not commented on a possible motive. The FDA is proposing making COVID shots an annual vaccination. The plan would also allow most people now to skip the initial 2-dose vaccination and immediately get a shot of the most up-to-date vaccine. FDA advisors will meet on Thursday to discuss the new COVID prevention strategy. And lawyers for the Theranos founder, Elizabeth Holmes, deny accusations that she was planning to flee the country.
Low tick alert -800.
Prosecutors made the allegation in a filing opposing efforts to keep Holmes free on bail pending her appeal. Defense lawyers say Holmes' partner had booked them a flight to Mexico to attend a wedding on the assumption that Holmes would be found not guilty. Of course, that was not the case.
All right, Bertha, thanks. Ahead on Power Lunch, the key earnings on deck this week. It comes from Tesla. Analysts expect earnings and revenue growth, but what role will price cuts play on the road ahead? With the stock up nicely this month, by the way. We're back in a moment.
SPY. Some shorts covering now. Shorts covering on SPY near VWAP. Watching VWAP here. Talked about VWAP earlier, about watching how volume trades near VWAP. We're still up 1.3% on the day.
Welcome back to Power Lunch, everybody. Tesla stock rallying today, 17% higher in just a week. Never a shortage of news seemingly surrounding this company and its founder. We'll get to all of it, including Elon Musk testifying once again today in a shareholder lawsuit related to that now infamous funding secured tweet. Remember that from a couple of years ago? Phil LeBeau has been monitoring the case for us. Phil.
the testimony from Elon Musk has just resumed. He was on the stand for about 3.5 hours this morning. And during that testimony this morning, a lot of the questions focused on what exactly did he mean and when did he just make the decision in terms of sending the tweet back in 2018 about taking Tesla private, considering taking Tesla private at 420 with funding secured. One question came into from the attorney was, well, did you know that you had secured funding? And Elon Musk said yes, because he had been talking with the Saudi investment fund. Elon Musk on the stand said they were absolutely supportive of taking Tesla private, unequivocally, without hesitation. And in fact, I asked the head of the Saudi investment fund if he was certain about being supportive, and he said yes. Again, this gets back to the question of, did Elon Musk truly have support when he said funding secured at $420? Also, by the way, he has denied, and he did this on Friday, that when he tweets, that automatically people are going to make investment moves based on those tweets. Again, the testimony from Elon Musk has resumed, and the questions this afternoon, a lot of them are going to focus on what exactly did he think was going to be the result of these tweets. In fact, shareholders, you guys, within the last hour said, well, how long did it take you to realize the impact of your tweet? And Elon Musk said, well, I wasn't paying attention that day. And the attorney said, well, when did you pay attention? He said, I used the word considering. So this is what the kind of testimony back and forth between Elon Musk and the attorney for the shareholders that's going on right now in the court of California.
And Phil, even as this lawsuit is going on, a potential trouble spot emerged last week with this former engineer at the company saying the video demonstrating full self-driving was faked. And given what happened at Nikola for a similar issue, what do you make of this?
Well, it depends on whether or not a regulator steps up and gets involved. And remember, with Nikola, it was a case where you had a noted short fund said it was fake video that ultimately led to the SEC getting involved. If there is some kind of regulator who gets involved, whether it's the SEC or NHTSA, and NHTSA has been investigating the autopilot technology at Tesla, then there are real implications, Kelly. But otherwise, these allegations and these claims from people either who have worked at Tesla or who have tested out autopilot, who have said, look, this is not the system that he purported it to be, that it's completely full self-driving. It's not full self-driving. And we've known that for some time. The question becomes, when does a regulator say, okay, enough is enough, we're going to step in?
All right, and it's going to stay right there because if all of this wasn't enough already, the company reports its results on Wednesday. We call them earnings, but, well, I don't know. Analysts are expecting growth of 30% on the top and bottom lines, as you can see here. We already know that Tesla delivered more than 400,000 cars in the quarter. And, of course, gross profit margins will be probably the key thing to watch after those price cuts of as much as 20% on some models. A move that reminded some of the famous Marlboro price cut 30 years ago. Marlboro Friday, I think it was. Michael, correct me. For more on the impact of Tesla and the auto industry, let's bring in Joellen Posner, management professor at Santa Clara University's Leading School of Business. Michael Santoli, as I mentioned, and Phil both still with us as well. It's great to have you guys all here. Mike, will you start with just some history for us?
Sure. It was a Friday, 1993. Marlboro Philip Morris, the parent company, announced a series of price cuts to its flagship brands in response to having been losing some market share to private label, lower price brands of cigarettes. It really jolted the market. Now, Philip Morris shares have been sort of weakening in a subtle way before that, but really did go south on that news because it undermined a very specific premise of investors, and they were kind of complacent about the ability of Marlboro to hold market share and also have consistent price increases. So I'm not sure we have a one-to-one here, but certainly the idea among Tesla investors that they were only constrained by supply and not demand and did not have to actually cut price to actually stoke demand, that seems to be one base similarity here.
Joellen, what about you? In the case of this price cut for Tesla in particular, what do you expect the cascading effect to be across the rest of the industry? Are they going to the historical precedent here, are they going to elbow competitors out?
I think that's the likeliest scenario, at least for right now. I mean, Tesla definitely has the best position relative to supply chain and to getting cars out on the market. And although, you know, the EV market is growing dramatically and the number of players involved is growing by leaps and bounds, Tesla still has the ability to deliver more goods to the market right now. So I think that they can really take a big bite out of the market, which is growing, and will continue to grow for the foreseeable future.
And the cost of that is near-term profit margins, right? So, I mean, maybe give us a feel for what makes this start off by looking like failure.
I mean, the profit margins at Tesla are still very strong. And to be fair, if Elon Musk wanted to rebate everybody $10,000 out of his own pocket, he could do that pretty handily. So I don't see a huge cut to Tesla's long-term profitability. There might be a short-term bump or drop rather, but it's not going to be a organizationally threatening event.
Bill, how much pressure is Tesla under to boost deliveries?
They're under a fair amount of pressure from the standpoint of, look, they've got 4 gigafactories worldwide. They've got 2 here in the U.S., 1 in China. The biggest is in China. They've got 1 in Europe. So you've got these factories that are in place with the manufacturing capacity of somewhere around 2 to 2.2 million vehicles. So you don't want to, if you have that capacity, you can use that capacity, you want to use it. And if you're Tesla right now, you have the hammer, Tyler. You have the best-selling electric vehicle in the world with the Model Y, and it's in the sweet spot in terms of pricing relative to other vehicles. So if you are Tesla and you can afford to take a bit of a hit on your automotive gross margins, which were, 26.8% last quarter? All right, so you drop them down to 22%.
Watching for a bounce here at VWAP. Watching for a bounce at VWAP. We're 2.5 off the high of the day.
And Mike, are you looking to the stocks of the other EV automakers kind of for signs here of which way this one is going to break in terms of opening up more of the market to Tesla or shooting themselves in the foot?
Certainly looking at them. I actually even think that the legacy car makers are worth looking at too, because a lot of the embedded growth expectations for GM and the Europeans and everybody else is based on how much of the EV market they can capture. So I think it's all connected. One of the issues with reacting to Tesla's pricing moves is that if it seemed as if it were this grand strategy and they sat there and this is the way and this is what we're going to do as a power move to gain market share, it might have been taken a little bit better. And if expectations for earnings weren't already so high, then maybe the market could have absorbed it. But it seems as if the typical end of quarter scramble at Tesla to try to deliver as many cars to meet targets, and it's happening at a time when they were. So it just has this sense of a disorderly, slightly panicky reaction to. And by the way, earnings estimates for 23 and 2024 are down 20% at Tesla in the last 3 months. So whatever the long-term impact, the short-term impact is, the stock was more expensive than it did in September, even if it were at today's price.
Joellen, how vulnerable, let me put it that way, is Tesla to Elon Musk's popularity or lack of same?
I think it's really too soon to tell, particularly because the kind of base Tesla buyer leans Republican. So the fanboy base of Tesla is the same as the fanboy base for Elon Musk. The range of EVs available for people who don't like Musk is still pretty large. The price might be high, but I don't know. It's I think it's too soon to tell. There's always a risk of personality and CEO being organizational behavior. The organizational reputation seems to follow CEO reputation very robustly in organizational research. So it could happen. I think the likelihood in this scenario is relatively low.
And look at the shares up almost 8% today with all of this going on. Thank you all.
All right, we're at VWAP trying to bounce. All right, SPY trying to bounce now. Bear flag. Watching this bear flag at VWAP. All right, watching. SPY pushing a bit lower. Right at VWAP, looks like it might fade some more. Note how far the price action was from the 200 EMA. 200 EMA is that gold colored line. Price moved pretty far away. We did get a sell signal up here on RSI. And on MACD, stochastics turned down as well. All right, so we're getting close to the 20 EMA and the 200. These two are coming together. Mean reversion. Could still see a little bit more weakness. Most of you took profits into strength. So we're just waiting to see what happens here. More weakness. All right, SPY, more weakness here, dropping off. The dollar, the VIX spiking, the dollar and the VIX spiking here. All right, big drop here in SPY. All right, SPY still dropping off.
Now, compostable clothing does not come cheap. This biodegradable hoodie that Unless was nice enough to send us goes for $119 on the website.
SPY still dropping off.
They run for about $139, which I guess in the sneaker world is not that expensive. But they do say that the more they can scale this product, perhaps the lower the prices will be in the future. Tyler?
How will they scale their product against so much competition?
Well, what they're doing is collaborating already with well-known brands. In fact, they just did one with a Swiss company and immediately sold out. So the more that they can get their brand out into other companies like this, spread the word, the more they can scale their business and lower the price.
All right, SPY Getting rejected at a breakout level, reversing now.
Low tick alert minus 800.
More low ticks. Okay, I don't see any news that's making this trip to back down to where we came from this morning. .60 just starting to, oscillators are just starting to roll over on the 60-minute. SPY. All right, so looks like another bear flag on SPY. SPY still on a sell signal on the 5-minute, 15, and the, well, not quite on the 60, but 5-minute, 15 are still on sell signals.
It's time for today's three stock lunch, and we're taking a look at some of the big movers today, like Nvidia jumping 7%, along with a lot of the other chips today. Barclays seeing upside for the sector. Spotify up 2% if they announce after their plan to lay off about 6% of the global workforce, and of course, Salesforce. The shares up about 3% on big.
Okay, getting rejected here at the top of this 4,000 level. Trend line, the 200 days right there.
NVIDIA, this is one of the key reasons of why we think that the 2022 bear cycle is coming to an end, is that we're seeing a running list of the right stocks that are reversing higher, semiconductors included. We upgraded the semiconductor.
All right, so more people are starting to talk about higher lows in the indices and potential breakouts.
Several names in the group. If you look across that industry, you got several names that are moving above their 200-day average, reversing their prior decline, and we think that strength continues. Looking at NVIDIA, the stock has come into a test of resistance at the 192 level. It's a bit less tactical than it was, but we think you want to buy pullbacks in anticipation.
Okay, about 16.5% off the high, January high.
$250, that being a key resistance level from about a year
Okay, Spotify. Here's a great example, Ty, of the market rotating to the bear cycle's biggest laggards, which we have found is a characteristic of a new bull market. This junk rally, low momentum stocks pushing higher. It is more of a beta trade for us. You got to buy it right, you got to sell it right. You need a very tight stop as well. There are some longer term structural concerns in the chart that we're worried about. But it is a stock that has moved above its 200-day average, nonetheless, for the first time in a year. So as long as you're above today's gap, let's call it support at $99, the next key resistance comes in at 125, which is the upside that we're thinking about over the coming weeks and months.
All right, so that brings us to Salesforce area, and what do you make of this one?
Okay, looks like a bear flag on SPY. Still on a sell signal. More downside, SPY.
Extreme low tick alert. Low tick alert -800.
So for these reasons, we would prefer to sell it into that resistance point at $160, understanding a rally above it would be an incremental positive for the stock's trend.
Okay, Ari, thank you so much. And so, by the way, Ari, how far do you think this bullishness on the market overall could extend?
I'd be playing along the lines that this is the start of a bull market coming out of a non-recessionary bear market. If you look at performance,
SPY is still on sell signals on the short time frames.
typically over the first 15 months, the market is up about 25%. That starting point
Should get a better feel tomorrow. We have earnings, obviously a lot of earnings this week, so that'll have a determining factor on whether or not this downtrend continues or if we break to the upside. All right, here goes SPY. All right, looks like we might get a nice signal here, SPY. All right, SPY starting to see initial cover here. Still on a buy signal on the daily. Shorts covering. Back to VWAP. Watch what happens when we get to VWAP. SPY. All right, shorts covering. Okay, so we made a new low there, looking for higher lows in RSI. Watching RSI for bullish divergence. Or if we drop back again, watching divergence here on RSI. We're right below VWAP, so a bear flag could get rejected right there. Okay, we need to see a follow through. This is just shorts covering for now. Need to see another few more green candles. If not, this could be just a short covering, little bounce there. 2 minutes trying to go on a buy signal. 2 minutes trying to go on a buy. It is on a buy now on the futures. All right, we still need to see some follow through. This is nothing just yet. We still got a lot to deal with here. SPY. Oscillator's oversold, so we could see a rally. But the longer it takes, the more this looks like it's just short covering.
Wall Street, Ken Griffin's Citadel brought in $16 billion in net profits for investors, as according to estimates from LCH Investment. That surpasses John Paulson's gain from 2007 when he made billions shorting the housing market in what has been called the greatest trade ever. According to LCH, Citadel's flagship.
All right, no follow through. SPY, no follow through.
Percent last year, compared with a nearly 20% loss for the S&P 500. Short on details in this research on what exactly propelled Citadel to such a monumental year. They now ended the year with $62 billion in assets under management because of, in part, that $16 billion in profits. They had to be
Still dropping off here.
And it sounds like it's a little bit of everything as well. Equities, commodities, global fixed income, macro credit, quants. You know, they've probably reached a size now. I think they unseated Bridgewater. Yes, and so they've probably reached a size now.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Still on a sell signal. If we're going to get any kind of bounce here, we need to see more. It's almost 3 o'clock now. 2:59 on the East Coast. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday the 23rd. Watching for any kind of follow through here. Very bullish morning, leading to I don't want to use the word collapse in the evening session, but we gave back 3 points, 30 handles on the SPY, on the futures. Many won't remember this. If we close higher, close green on the day. All right, starting to find some buyers right here. All right, we need to see more new buyers coming in, not just shorts covering. No follow through yet. VIX is still hanging here tough at the high. Let's see what the dollar looks like. The dollar, nice bounce to 102.19 and fading now. VIX is still at 2017, 2012 now. And the 10-year yield oscillating around 351 up to 353, about a 2 basis point move back and forth. Not much of a signal there, but the dollar rolling over, that's a good sign if you're bullish. Yeah, same idea here, Grover. I mean, they had a very bullish morning. Quite a few blocks traded on SPY, Qs, IWM. A lot of blocks. So we were up more than 1.5% at one point. All right, looks like some new money coming in right here. New money. 5 minute about to trigger a buy signal. 5 minute about to trigger a buy. Stochastic RSI oversold. Could stay oversold. Need to push above 400 to trigger a buy signal. No follow through yet. Still a bear flag. Just doesn't, it feels like a bear flag right here. Underneath VWAP, the 20 and the 200 are very close together now. We've reverted back to mean, the 200 period moving average, that gold colored line. The red line dropping, that's the 20 EMA. VWAP is right here. So price action back at the mean. RSI is rising, showing a bullish divergence or a bullish direction now. No follow through yet.
for a while. Well, today kind of poked above it, depending on how you draw it. It kind of came very close.
Come on, Spy, you can do this.
Also at the highs of the day, roughly in the December
5 minute looks like a bear flag forming. VWAP is just overhead. So if the bulls are going to pull it off, they need to do something soon. Got less than an hour to go. After a pretty bullish morning into the afternoon. And we peaked right around, what, 140, 145? Let's see if they can push this back up. If strength does show up and RSI starts to climb, looking for this to get above VWAP. We're right at VWAP now. 40 cents below VWAP right here. After this morning's run, I'm really not particularly interested in this area down here.
It's so confusing. The mixed signals we're getting. Leading economic indicators and the inverted yield curve tell you historically we're going to have a recession. It's not what I heard from the leaders.
All right, most of the FANG stocks have faded from the high of the day. Obviously, also, technically, we're still on sell signals on SPY. 60-minute longer time frames are still on a buy. 60-minute on a buy, but easing back towards 396, that would trigger a bearish signal. Looks like a bear flag on SPY. VIX is still hanging tough.
So on that question about the economy, are recession fears actually fading? It seems like it. The latest survey from the National Association for Business Economics.
20 EMA right there by VWAP now.
Respondents think the U.S. is in a recession or heading into one. That is down from 64%.
Looks like a bear flag.
And then over the weekend, found falling odds of a recession already priced into markets. Joining us now is former Economic Council of Advisors Chair Jason Furman. It's good and nice to see you. Where do you stand on this debate about recession?
Very nice there, Grover. I like it. Looks like a bear flag. Bear flag.
In other words, inflation will come down quickly. That's a good thing, and therefore it increases the chances of a soft landing, and that's where the market is right now.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'm saying we may not have a recession, but if we don't have a recession, we're probably ending this year with inflation above 3%. And so we're going to sort of rinse and repeat the whole concern about how to bring down inflation next year. To be clear, I don't want the recession. I hope we luck out with a soft landing, but I just think a soft landing is a hard thing to achieve. It's easy to avoid a recession. It's hard to avoid
Google having a good day. Google.
Depends, Jason, on where the Fed stops, right? Where it pauses, because it's not going to. The market is expecting a smaller rate increase at next week's meeting, right?
Most stocks, Google, Nvidia, Netflix, off the highs of the session, but looking pretty bullish. Just need to see a follow through tomorrow.
So, in the most likely scenario, we have end the year with no recession. We end the year with inflation above 3%, and then maybe have the recession next year as the lagged monetary policy starts to affect things.
VIX rolling over now. VIX rolling over.
I agree with you. 25 basis points at this meeting, maybe another meeting or two of 25 basis points after this. So not a lot of monetary tightening right now.
Watch VIX. VIX rolling over.
Lucky and that works out great. But if we don't get lucky, we might have to have a whole nother round of tightening later.
Watching VIX. VIX is starting to roll over now. Okay, we should get a push here on SPY. All right, VIX, dollar rolling over too. Market's very twitchy down here. Market very twitchy. All right, looking for a follow through. See if we can't get a push here. VIX needs to roll over. All right, the 20 EMA, the 200 EMA are right next to each other now. Price is pushing above the 200 EMA on the 2-minute chart. RSI is rising. RSI reset. 400. VWAP as well. All right, looking for a move above 400. That's VWAP. 20 and the 200 very close. RSI is rising. Looking for more upside, not just shorts covering. A lot of negotiation down here, just under 400, just under a VWAP. Almost feels like they want to sell. Like they want to sell. Like we'll see a big red candle. Meta. SPY.
Consumers are burning through their excess saving. Their credit card balances are rising. Their interest rates are rising. I don't think you can count on the American consumer to continue to support the economy this whole year. I think a lot of earnings are building in, have more faith in the American consumer than I do.
Yeah, although I have to say, talking to a number of these American consumer CEOs in the past week or so.
All right, SPY, let's do this. We got less than an hour to do it. We got 50 minutes to go. VIX still dropping off. VIX is dropping. No follow through. Come on, let's do this. I don't like this trend. This bear flag, I don't like it. I want to be above VWAP. All right, SPY starting to push a bit. All right, let's do this. All right, let's get some more shorts to cover and start pushing this higher. All right, RSI rising now. All right, SPY pushing a bit higher. All right, SPY, let's do this. Come on, go, go, go. About to trigger a buy signal if we can get above VWAP. We could also get rejected there. Watching VWAP. VWAP here.
High tick alert plus 800.
High tick. High tick. All right, let's get through VWAP. Let's get through VWAP. Let's run this back up. Let's run this sucker back up. That'd be fun. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it, do it, do it. All right, we're on a buy signal, 5 minute. Buy, 5 minute buy signal. All right, come on, let's go. We're getting above VWAP. Let's go. Let's go. We don't want to reverse off of VWAP. We're trying to put on a buy signal here. The 5 minute chart is on a buy signal if it can follow through now in the next candle. Otherwise, we could get a bull trap. We don't want that. We got plenty of time left to run this back up. Short-term signals are more bullish. RSI oversold rising. Come on, let's go. Flickering. Buy signal is flickering here at VWAP. Oscillators are rising. Come on, SPY. Back below VWAP? That's not good. That's not good. We don't want to be back below VWAP. They're having quite the fight here. They're having quite a fight. Bulls and the Bears having a tug of war match here. SPY. Pretty much bulls all morning. Struggling to push this above 400. Let's see what Bookmap looks like. Bookmap. All right, Bookmap turning, looking good. Order flow is more bullish now. Order flow is bullish. We're struggling at VWAP, but order flow is bullish on the futures. Higher lows. Come on, SPY. Futures, we can push a bit higher. Get above 40.35. That should do it. 5 handles from here. If we can push through 400, the shorts will cover even harder. VIX still dropping. Nice job, Grover. Nice job. There we go. Here we go. We want to get more crickets.
High tick alert plus 800.
SPY's on a confirmed 5 minute buy signal. Let's see, Grover's got to buy the dip signal as well. 5 minute. Okay, we need to see more volume, more block volume. SPY. Not a whole lot of large blocks, mostly smaller 100,000 share blocks, 54,000 share blocks. VIX is still dropping though. Still farting around with this 5-minute buy signal. Getting rejected at VWAP. A lot of volume showing up here on Bookmap. Yep, exactly. Needs to get above 405. It can't seem to do that. 400, sorry. Can't seem to get a follow through. Still chopping around here at this VWAP. I don't like the way it's sitting here. No follow through. VIX still dropping though. That's a good sign. VIX still dropping a bit. Lucid at the high of the day. Lucid high of the day. Come on, SPY. We got plenty of time. Just got to run it. Got to run it now. Future's not giving me a warm and fuzzy yet. It's New York Stock Exchange was 4.5 to 1. It's now 2.8 to 1 up volume. Nasdaq's 4.2 to 1. It was about 5 to 1 earlier in the morning. 4.3. Come on, SPY. Come on, SPY. If we get above this level, we could run. Need to get above this level so we can run. Above VWAP. Need to get above this level. 430, 435. You can see that 31 there. Get above that level right there, that upper Bollinger Band. That should do it. 400.332. 400 spot 32. Looking for SPY to get above this level. If we can run, this would be a buy or on a buy signal on the 5 minute. SPY. Can we do it? I don't know. I don't like trading this late in the day. Late in the day. After a good day, trying to eke out another dollar or so on these options. Okay. Keep in mind we do have a lot. Keep in mind we do have a lot of earnings. We got Logitech tonight, Zions Bancorp, First National. Verizon, Johnson & Johnson, Lockheed Martin tomorrow morning. Lockheed Martin, Johnson & Johnson, Verizon, Halliburton, Raytheon, 3M, Union Pacific, Danaher, D.R. Horton. The builders have been reporting good numbers. Watch SPYs rolling over here. Are people getting impatient, taking a little profits there, trying to get through VWAP, not seeing the follow through? People taking profits. Now it's turning into more of a bear flag. I hate to see us get back any more than we already have. SPY. That would put a wick on the top. We already have a wick on the top of the daily candle, which not the best situation. We've got Johnson & Johnson. I see Trady Ticks sending out a potential signal on that. J&J. J&J. Let's see what the options look like on J&J. J&J for earnings. A lot of people are trading J&J. All right, J&J. Lots of options. The 175s. 175 is playing a lot of options on J&J. I don't know. I mean, we've had such good results waiting for buy and sell signals. Intraday, no reason to take No reason to have a overnight hold. I don't know if it'll work or not. But let's see, J&J. Let's take a look at J&J. Johnson & Johnson below the 200-day, 921 and 50-day all overhead. Looks like somebody might be selling calls. SPY needs to get back above VWAP if you're bullish. And at 400 level, that keeps rejecting price. SPY. Yeah, I'm not going to try to eke out 50 cents to $1 at this point. SPY still struggling at that 400 level. So if we get above 400 tomorrow, that would mean we're probably going to see another trend day like today into at least lunch. Maybe we can get a follow through. The bottom line is the S&P 500 and the SPDR is spending more time now above the 200-day. The New York Stock Exchange above the 200-day. That's a big deal. Institutions will pay attention to the 200-day. We've been above the 200-day since mid to late November. Came down and tested the 50, bounced off of it. We can keep responding to the 9, 21, and 50, which are tilted up and to the right. That's bullish. MACD's turn, stochastics is rising. New York Stock Exchange, the diamonds for the Dow Jones. Dow Jones equivalent to the spiders. Okay, that's above the 200 days since late October, spending all of its time above the 200-day. 921 50-day right there by price. The Wilshire 5000, a very broad measure of market participation and breadth, is above the 200-day. Okay, tried to get above it last week. It rejected Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then Friday, we popped back up to it. Today, we're above it. So if we follow through, that's the potential to break above 40,800. That would be a nice long signal. That's the Wilshire. Let's see, IWM. The small cap Russell 2000 above the 200-day, spending more time above the 200-day the last couple of weeks. That's a big deal. If we get these buy signals, to all agree, SPY right now is a little weak, but if we can get all these to agree, IBB, biotechs, junk bonds are just sitting here for 3 days. Okay, let's overlay the 200-day on junk bonds. Looks a little weak here, SPY. Okay, so we're above the 200-day for the past couple of weeks. Junk bonds. IBB, biotechs moving higher. IWM moving higher. Crude oil, we want to see that roll over. Bitcoin is moving higher, and advanced decline's moving higher. Advanced decline looks pretty good. More stocks advancing than declining. That's good to see. More stocks advancing than declining. We want to stay above the 200-day moving average for advanced decline. Okay, advanced decline above the 200-day moving average. More stocks advancing. We've got we haven't been this green above the zero line since back over here in late 2021. So this is looking a lot better. Black line's making higher lows and higher highs. That's good. And the New York Stock Exchange, of course, is above that trend line. Potential for it to make a higher high tomorrow. That's what I'm looking forward to. Okay, the bullish percent. Also, we want to check out the bullish percent. Okay, making higher highs, higher lows. Okay, note this is 50 to 60. This is subjective. I just put this on the chart just for delineation of highs and lows. But we could get up to 70, 80% on a bullish percent and still be looking for more upside. Okay, let me go out to the weekly. Weekly. Okay, you can see that in the past on tops, we got all the way up to 80% bullish percent. Number of stocks that are on a point and figure buy signal. Okay, so we're making higher lows. That looks good. Put call ratio. Put call ratio continues to drop. Okay, these spikes tend to mark bottoms. The spikes spike. It's not instant. It is a lagging indicator sometimes. But these drops down to the low tend to align with lows and look for a reversal back in the opposite direction. So that looks good. Index options at the bottom here. Equity only. And total cumulative put call in the top. Okay, advanced decline percent we talked about this morning. That's appealing for the bulls. That keeps rising. We'll get overbought at plus 30%. S&P big cap 500, mid cap 400, small cap 600, and the NASDAQ 100 all pointing higher. That's good. Oh, the other thing I was looking at earlier was the New York Stock Exchange high-low indicator. Okay, when we're above 50%, high-low indicator. When we're above 50% right here, okay? That means the high-low index, 10-day moving average, record high percent. New 52-week highs divided by new 52-week highs plus new 52-week lows shows when we're above the 50 and rising, in general, new highs outnumber new lows when the indicator's above 50. So we're making more new highs than new lows, which is indication of an uptrend. When that continues to expand like it is. Okay, look over here. All the time it's spent above 50. And what we were doing, we were trending higher. Okay, so that looks good too. Advanced decline percent, we talked about that. VIX, of course, is green on the hourly. That's telling you look for higher highs and higher lows. When this is green, it's flat. So we may be topping out here. We need to see this more severely green like it was over here. This is a 60-minute time frame. What else? VIX VXV. Okay, VIX VXV. Still in the neutral zone, so we could see a follow through. All right, watch and SPY here. Okay, we got 22 minutes to go. If we can run this into the close, paint this wagon. paint the markets a lot greener. If they can manage to push this above VWAP, they can paint the market.
Buy tick alert plus 800.
Steve Hammer really dislikes that expression. Paint the tape. All right, we need to run higher now. Need to run higher. VIX still dropping off. All right, VIX had been sitting here at the low of the day. Not VIX. VIX had been sitting here at the low of the day, just broke that low. Okay, VIX just broke the low here. Okay. If this could drop off more, SPY should pop. SPY should pop. RSI is rising. The daily time frame RSI has turned back up. Stochastic RSI on the daily SPY has turned back up. Okay, let me turn this into stochastic RSI. Okay, so you can see we're headed back up. Stochastic RSI turning back up. All right, we need to get above 400. If we can get above 400 and close up here, that would be great. 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go. Can't believe Rob's not here anymore. Just can't get that out of my head. All right, rejected at VWAP again. Struggling at VWAP. VWAP is flat. We won't get a solid follow-through buy signal until we get above this level here, 400.26, 400.3. Yeah. What's that expression from Pulp Fiction? Burger? Is it a burger royale with cheese? And John Travolta with his, oh, what's in one of those $5 shakes? Say what one more time? Yeah, that's Samuel Jackson. That's a great movie. Oh, that made me laugh. Say what one more time, MF? That's funny. Hey, get off the desk, you. It's one thing about dogs, they don't jump on your desk, at least not the ones I know of. One of Tarantino's best, I think, right? I'm not big on Tarantino, but that's one of his best. Yeah, yeah. Money Magic pointed it out too. All right, nice little rally here. Let's get a run into the end of day. Nice rally. Nice teamwork in the trading room. Nice teamwork. Come on, SPY. Get off of this level. Zip it higher. My protector is in the window. My kitty cat. He's scoping out the neighborhood. Come on, SPY. All right, we might run here. Let's run. Yeah, yeah. Kind of hard to match up. I don't know what's in that, but Tarantino and John Travolta. That was just great. And what's her name? From Kill Bill. All right, here we go. Here we go. SPY's starting to move now.
High tick alert plus 800.
More high ticks. Uma Thurman. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, she was classic in that too. But that's just just so funny. Say what? One more time. When I lay my vengeance upon thee. All right, so we're coming into the last 13 minutes of the trading day. Looks like we'll get some shorts to cover here. More shorts to cover. Volume coming in. Volume coming in. We're still up 4.5 handles on SPY. Over 1%. 1% move on the day, even though we did give back some. A sign of a little bit of, I don't know, little weakness there. That it was so easily sold off. Mikey posted in the trading room, and other traders had noticed the futures on Bookmap, given signals that indicated a lot of selling at the high, right around 130 or so. There was a lot of selling into the highs, and we quickly reversed right off of that level. Futures are pushing a bit higher now. We're on buy signals on the short time frames, 5 and 15 minute. 60 minute could flip to a buy here shortly. 60 minutes already on a buy signal on SPY. 5 minute, 15 minute are on buy signals. Okay. All right, SPY. Need to see more volume. Pushes this a bit higher. Yeah, it's above 400. It's above 430. Noted 430. Mhm. All right, looks like we're going to get some short covering into the close. Yeah, Block has been doing very well. Block. Last week, Block looked good, pointed out by Mr. Flood. Block, it's on the watch list. Block on the watch list. All right, there goes SPY. SPY on the move now. There goes SPY. Blasting higher now. Good job. Meta. All right, Apple turning. All right, let me see what Apple looks like here. Apple. All right, we got a few minutes left to go. Apple. All right, Apple. Back on a buy signal on short time frames. Apple. $44,000 of the 142 calls on Apple for Friday trading on 10,000 in open interest. 44,000 calls of the 142 strike for Friday. Apple with a little dip getting bought here. Apple on a buy signal. End of day. Looking for a SPY to follow through. SPY looking good. All right, nice rally here on SPY. Okay, we got plenty of time left. 8 minutes to go, and then 15 beyond that. The options market closes at 4:15 p.m. on the East Coast. 4:15, 4:15. SPY, S&P 500 Qs. The market closes. Option market closes at 4:15. There's 15 extra minutes for dealers and market makers and institutions to finish up their trades. SPY. Apple, looking for that follow through. Apple. That DWAP looking for a follow through. 7 minutes to go. Meta looks good. Yeah, I agree. Meta. Microsoft. Microsoft faded from the high. Okay, could get back above VWAP here. Microsoft. All right, SPY looks like it wants to push some more. SPY. What's Tesla doing? Tesla, end of day. Nice bounce, ABCD pattern late in the day. There we go. Come on, a little bit higher there, SPY. Okay, we're up 4 3/4 handles on SPY. SPY looks good. Nice. So let's get a run into the close. Let's get a run into the close SPY. Okay, looks really good. Looks really good here. All right, SPY, nice follow through. Nice follow through on SPY. Nice volume coming in here. Nice volume on the spiders. Nice volume on the spiders coming through here, right here. Volume picking up. Volume picking up. SPY volume. Nice follow through. We've got SPY with an ABCD pattern. Here's A, here's B, C. Looking for D and a follow through. We got plenty of time left. 4 minutes to go. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. What you doing over there? Oh, you want to say hello? Yeah? Okay. All right, nice follow through on SPY. Good job, folks. Good job. Meta. All right, a lot of volume here at the end of the day, right around where price is on the futures. Getting rejected. All right, take some profits off. All right, SPY out. Very nice there. Very nice, Prano. Okay, we should have some good setups tomorrow. We should have some good setups. We've got 3 minutes left to go. I just want to check the watch list. All right, Square, watch list, follow through. Last week, this looked really good, pushing above the 200-day. 921.50 going to cross up. 9 EMA today, the 21 day probably by Wednesday or Thursday at the latest. Volume looks really good. MACD above signal line, stochastics turning back up. I wouldn't buy it up here. Wait for tomorrow. Maybe you get a better entry. All right, block looks good. Stocks that did very well today on the watch list. AMD up 9%. AMD from the Barclays upgrade. Got a nice follow through today. AMD. All righty. NVIDIA looking pretty good going into the close. That's the closing bell. All right, folks, I have a hard stop. I have a training session at 4:30. I have a training session at 4:30, so I have to cut it short at this point. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 4 p.m. on the East Coast, closing bell, March the 23rd. We'll see you guys bright and early on Tuesday. Take care. Thanks for all your posts and input, helping everyone make money at the same time. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.